No tech problems today. You'll see. No techs. No tech problems. All right.
My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hard times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad.
All right. Am I frozen? Dan? No, right?
No, you look good.
It looks good. Show hasn't started yet. I have the air conditioner on. They think it will be better. I won't sweat as much. I don't know if you can hear the air conditioning, but we'll try it with the air conditioning. Welcome to the mop up for September 19th, 2022. I'm David Feldman coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 83 degrees and partly cloudy. It looks like it's going to rain. The stock market closed today up about 200 points for the Dow Jones Industrial. Near the end, it picked up. So the plutocrats won. They won today. Office hours, where everybody wins. It's every Friday night starting at 8 p.m. Go to my website for the link. That's the only way to guarantee that you'll find the link. I send out the invitation for office hours with my newsletter, which everybody should subscribe to. Go to my website, sign up for my newsletter. It didn't come out on Friday. I was on Majority Report with Sam Seder. I recommend you go look that one up. It was pretty funny. It was pretty great. And then afterwards, I began working on my newsletter. I wrote some things about the Queen that was so offensive, I decided maybe I shouldn't send this one out. It just was totally inappropriate. It involved hog tying her and throwing her over a tree and hitting her with a pinata. I mean, it was just really tasteless. So I didn't send it out. Normally, I send it out on Fridays with the invitation for office hours, but I had to send out the office hours invitation without my newsletter. But sign up for my newsletter. It's really great. It really is. We also have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please subscribe. It's the best way to share segments of this show. We carve it up and it's time stamped. Please share these episodes with your friends. We have no corporate underwriting. We have no way to get the word out. The only promotion we get is word of mouth. So please, if you're listening, copy and paste the link and share it with people who you think would enjoy it. So we do have a YouTube channel. Check it out. And the Invisible Ninja did a really great job clipping Andy and Sarah's live report from the Hardys in Mankato, Minnesota, where my pillow guy, Mike Lindell, had his phone seized by the FBI. So great reporting by Andy and Sarah on the ground. Very dangerous in Mankato right now. They did a great job. And Invisible, great turnaround. Great editing job. Check out Andy and Sarah's brilliant reporting on the ground in front of the Hardys in Mankato, Minnesota, where the My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell, had his phone seized by the FBI. Check it out. It's a master's class in journalism. Also, I don't do this enough. We have the one sheet. It's back. So I want to thank the mods. They keep everyone in our chat room honest. So thank you, mods. We have two chat rooms, the Zoom chat room and the YouTube chat room. And the mods, they do a great job keeping the conversation on track, spotting trolls. I read the names of the mods on the show because we have a one sheet. Dan, can you put it in the one sheet? You got the one sheet. So just, if you don't mind, put the names of the mods for tonight. And
I'm on it.
I'll thank them later. That's Dan Frankenberger, who was responsible for this. If you don't like the show, blame Dan Frankenberger. Well, the lights are out in Puerto Rico. Once again, Hurricane Fiona so far has killed one person in Puerto Rico and left more than 1,000 stranded. 1.3 million Puerto Ricans were left with no power this morning after 30 inches of rain hit parts of the island. Power has been restored so far to only 100,000 residents. President Biden last night declared Puerto Rico a disaster area. Heavy rain and winds as high as 90 miles an hour hit the eastern portion of the Dominican Republic, which is right around the corner from Puerto Rico, causing mudslides 5 years after Maria. That's right. The storms come after Puerto Rico has yet to recover from Hurricane Maria, which hit Puerto Rico 5 years ago. The Associated Press reports that only 21% of more than 5,500 official post-Hurricane Maria projects have been finished. Remember Donald Trump showed up and tossed out paper towels and then flew away? How quickly we forget that Hurricane Maria killed an estimated 3,000 residents of Puerto Rico and destroyed hundreds of thousands of homes. The federal government has committed $9 billion to rebuild the American territory. Puerto Rico is an American territory, which is home to 3.2 million people. According to the new book, The Divider, Trump in the White House, Donald Trump made an offer to buy Greenland from Denmark back in 2017 and offered to trade them Puerto Rico for Greenland. And that's not a joke. Well, floodwaters in Alaska are beginning to recede after Alaska was hit over the weekend with the hardest storm in half a century. Remnants of Typhoon Merbok hit Alaska's northwest corner over the weekend with gusts measured at 70 miles per hour. This is climate change. So far, no reports of death or injuries. Did I say climate change? I meant climate catastrophe. Some of this storm system has made its way down to California in the form of much needed rain to help put out the mosquito fire in the Sierra Nevada foothills, which, thanks to the weekend rain, is now 34% contained. Japan is getting slammed by the worst typhoon in its history, forcing government officials to evacuate 9 million people. They're calling it Super Typhoon Nanmadol. Sounds like one of my boner pills, Nanmadol. They're calling it Super Typhoon Nanmadol, which so far has killed 2 people and injured more than 90. Nanmadol is a level 5 typhoon, which in Japan is the highest it can go. Well, it's raining in Alaska, mudslides in the Dominican Republic. Alaska is getting hit by a typhoon. Japan is getting hit by a typhoon. Meanwhile, Europe is now suffering its worst drought in 500 years. The EU now expects this autumn's harvest will be down 16% for grain, 15% for soybeans, and 12% for sunflowers. That margin is the difference between a farmer making a living and going broke. Dry rivers are reducing hydroelectric energy production by 20%. France can no longer cool its nuclear reactors by using river water because the river water in Europe is too hot to cool the nuclear reactors. The UN warns that drought in Africa puts more than 22 million residents around the Horn of Africa at risk of starvation. Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia are experiencing their worst drought in nearly half a century. Earlier this summer, the United States promised to deliver $1.2 billion in emergency food aid to the Horn of Africa. But here in the United States, parts of the American West are experiencing their worst drought in 1,200 years. Lake Powell is the second largest reservoir in America. It is now at the lowest level ever recorded. This is shaping up to be one of Pakistan's worst monsoon seasons on record. 1,500 people have died and roughly 33 million have been displaced. Pakistan only produces 1% of the world's greenhouse gases. It's being destroyed by countries like America, China, and America, and the EU and America. 1% of the world's greenhouse gases. Pakistan's really taking it. 800,000 cattle, a main source of income for farmers, have drowned. Pakistan's inflation rate before the floods was averaging 25%. It has now hit 500%. The flooding will contribute to more starvation around the world since Pakistan was the fourth largest producer of rice. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned that the world is focusing way too much on the fighting in Ukraine and not on the real battle against climate catastrophe. Speaking of the flooding in Pakistan, Guterres said, "I have seen many, many humanitarian disasters in the world, but I have never seen climate carnage on this scale." He's talking about Pakistan. "I have simply no words to describe what I have seen today, a flooded area that is 3 times the total area of my own country, Portugal." That is what's going on in Pakistan. Well, last week, the EU Parliament declared that member state Hungary is no longer a democracy. The EU Parliament, backed a study calling Hungary a, quote, hybrid regime of electoral autocracy. It's a great term. It's where we're heading. A hybrid regime of electoral autocracy, where you can have a strong man, right? But there's the illusion that he was elected. On Sunday, the executive branch of the European Union said it was prepared to suspend 7.5 billion euro in aid to Hungary, which has for the past 12 years been run by this guy, Viktor Orban, who is accused of redirecting EU funding into the hands of politically connected cronies. That's how authoritarians stay in power. They take state funds and turn them over to anybody who, businessmen who support his party. Viktor Orban openly and proudly calls his Hungarian government a, quote, illiberal democracy. He proudly calls Hungary an illiberal democracy. In August of this year, Viktor Orban spoke at CPAC in Houston, where he was celebrated by Republicans as someone who knows how to get the job done. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban spoke to Hungarians earlier this year who were living in Romania and warned them against diluting their race by breeding with non-Hungarians. Here is Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban at CPAC last month, regaling the Republicans, a party of Christian nationalists. Here he is regaling the Republicans with how he personally rewrote Hungary's constitution so there would be no mistaking that it's a Christian nation for Christians.
Our constitution reads, "The family and the nation constitute the principal framework of our coexistence. Hungarian state institutions are obliged to protect the Christian culture of Hungary. Hungary shall protect the institution of marriage as the union of one man and one woman. Family ties shall be based on marriage or the relationship between parents and children. To sum up, the mother is a woman, the father is a man, and leave our kids alone. Full stop, end of discussion."
This guy is not a Christian. He's not a Christian. I'm a better Christian, and I'm a Jew. This is why Tucker Carlson and so many Republicans think he's the future. Like Trump, Orban is corrupt, but he loves the cops, just so long as the cops don't get ahead of themselves and start arresting the rich and powerful. Here he is, once again, at CPAC last month, singing the conservatives' traditional refrain about law and order. Oh, how we hear about law and order from the conservatives, don't we? Law and order for thee, but not for me.
We decided we don't need more genders, we need more rangers. Less drag queens and more Chuck Norris. We believe there is no freedom without order. If there is no order, you get chaos. In Hungary, law enforcement agencies are not people's enemy. They are the guardians of freedom. Therefore, law should not protect criminals, but protect the victims and those who are defending the law. Police should be well respected. So,
yes. Notice the laughs, gets big laughs. So I'm just joking. Well, a full suspension of EU funds for Hungary is unlikely, but it looks like they're going to take away about $7.5 billion in EU funding from Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Asked to respond to last week's decision by the EU to declare Hungary is no longer a democracy, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said, quote, "The only reason we don't laugh at it is because we're bored of it. It's a boring joke. It's the third or fourth time they've passed a resolution condemning Hungary in the European Parliament. At first, we thought it was significant, but now we see it as a joke." 5 Syrian soldiers are reportedly dead after Israel attacked Syria's international airport in Damascus over the weekend. There are reports that 2 of the soldiers killed belong to the Iranian-backed paramilitary organization Hezbollah. Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah called for unity among Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese after the attacks. Reuters reports Israelis targeted the Damascus airport in order to stop the flow of war material from Iran to Hezbollah. Well, did you see 60 Minutes? On Sunday, 60 Minutes interviewed the president of Iran, Ebrahim Raisi, who took office in August of 2021. Iran says it's interested in reviving the 2015 nuclear deal made during the Obama administration, but then it was scuttled by Donald Trump. Joe Biden also has promised to renew the deal, but has failed to get it going. In the deal, Iran agreed to stop pursuing research into building a nuclear weapon if America and the European Union would put an end to crippling economic sanctions. Former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's running again for office, is opposed to the deal, saying Iran is not to be trusted because it funds terrorist groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon and Syria. On 60 Minutes last night, Leslie Stahl asked the president of Iran, Ebrahim Raisi, if he believed the Holocaust actually happened.
Do you believe the Holocaust happened? That 6 million Jews were slaughtered?
ببینید مسئله تاریخی یک مسئله
Look, historical events should be investigated by researchers and historians.
یک نشانه‌هایی هم وجود داره برای اینکه این اتفاق واقع شده.
There are some signs that it happened. If so, they should allow it to be investigated and researched.
So you're not sure. I'm getting that. You're not sure.
Yeah, there are signs that it happened, like Israel wants to, Well, Woody Allen denied reports that he's retiring over the weekend. The internet was flooded with stories that the 86-year-old film director was calling it quits after he wraps his 50th film this year. In an interview with the foreign press over the weekend, Allen was quoted as saying Wasp 22, which he is filming in Paris, will be his last. Allen said he wants to focus more on his writing. But today, a spokesperson for Woody Allen says he has absolutely no intention of hanging up his jodhpurs. Is it jodhpurs? Is that what like directors used to wear in silent movies? Is it jodhpurs? I forgot. Allen still has difficulty getting his movies funded here in the States. It all started back in 2018 when his adopted daughter renewed allegations that he sexually assaulted her as a child. Watch the Kirby Dick documentary on HBO. Pretty convincing that the HBO documentary is pretty stacked against him. It's hard, if you watch that, it's hard to say he didn't. Well, Whitewater prosecutor Ken Starr died last week at the age of 76. Over the weekend, former President Bill Clinton, who was hounded by Starr and ultimately impeached for lying under oath about a blowjob that cost $45 million to prosecute Bill Clinton. Over the weekend, Bill Clinton was asked if he had any thoughts on the passing of Whitewater prosecutor Ken Starr. Here is what Bill Clinton said.
I'm glad he died.
Huh? What did you just say about Ken Starr?
I'm glad he died.
Bill, I know he tricked you into lying about Monica Lewinsky under oath, but perjury is perjury, and you shouldn't have slept with Monica Lewinsky. There was a power imbalance. Do you want to apologize? Ken Starr died 76. How do you want to remember him?
I'm glad he died.
Bill, come on. You were sexually harassing, you were sexually assaulting the women in the White House when you were Arkansas's governor. You whipped it out in front of Paula Jones. Come on, you were not the innocent party in all this. Is there anything you'd like to say about the passing of Ken Starr?
I'm glad he died.
Okay, Bill, this is really, you're not being nice. You know, you're a former president. You want to sink in the gutter like Trump or rise above it all?
I'm glad he died.
All right, Bill, you're a child. You're an absolute child. Ken Starr, come on.
Well, I read the obituary and I realized that his family loved him, and I think that's something to be grateful for. And when your life is over, that's all there is to say. But I was taught not to talk about the people that I have nothing to say, except I'm glad he died with the love of his families.
I was taught, my mother said, if you have nothing nice to say about somebody who deserved to die, don't say it. That's how I was raised. So apparently we had the same mother. You know, I'm cooler. I like it with the air conditioning on, but I just wonder if you could hear it. In the interview over the weekend, Clinton said, this is interesting, that NATO expansion in the 90s played no role in Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine earlier this year. Now, if you remember, Clinton took office in 93, right after the fall of the Soviet Union. In the interview, Clinton said he immediately offered NATO membership to Eastern European countries because he felt they had the right to remain safe from Russia. Clinton said he even began talks to arrange for Russia to join NATO. The Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland joined NATO during his presidency. Then, under George W. Bush in 2004, NATO was joined by Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. All of those countries had either been part of the Soviet Union or allies of the Soviet Union. In the interview, Clinton said, had America not expanded NATO, Putin's invasion of Ukraine would have happened sooner. Bill Clinton said, quote, about having Poland and Hungary join NATO. He said, quote, you're supposed to tell the Poles they should live the rest of eternity with insecurity that Russia won't try to come after them again, or the Hungarians, or the, all the others, the Baltic states. Really? After what they did, you think they ever want to be back in the Soviet Union? It's an interesting, I'd like to discuss that later on. That's Bill Clinton's perspective. Well, what about Mikhail Gorbachev, who passed away earlier this month?
I'm glad he died.
Oh, come on. Mikhail Gorbachev? Really?
I'm glad he died.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. Wasn't he your friend? What about your friend Boris Yeltsin?
I'm glad he died.
Wow. You're just a nasty, nasty man. Vince Foster?
I'm glad he died.
Okay, we won't go there. We will not go there. What a nasty man. 4 million women marched to protest the inauguration of Donald Trump in 2017. And that was big. It was the Women's March. It was the women's movement. And then somehow there was infighting and they broke apart because of partisan bickering between supporters of Israel and supporters of the Palestinians. How did this happen? Well, a new article in the New York Times, and you really should read this. This new article in the New York Times says Russian-sponsored internet trolls manufactured the split between Jewish women and Palestinian women by taking information about Linda Sarsour. She was one of the 4 leaders of the movement. Linda Sarsour is a Palestinian American. She's an activist as well as an observant Muslim. The Times says that 2,642 tweets were amplified by Russian bots calling Linda Sarsour a radical Islamist, a pro-ISIS, anti-USA, Jew-hating Muslim who has been seen flashing the ISIS sign. One of those tweets, for example, early on was able to gain so much traction, it got 1,686 replies, 8,000 retweets, and nearly 6,500 likes. More tweets from the Russian trolls had similar responses. So within weeks, according to the New York Times, Linda Sarsour left the women's organization. And according to the New York Times, Russia was able to manufacture a lasting split within the women's movement. I'm going to talk to Dr. Harriet Fraad about this later on. She's one of the founding mothers of women's liberation. She talks about how the CIA plucked Gloria Steinem, who openly admits to being a spy for the CIA, and Gloria Steinem made it about gender and not about class. The CIA did not want the women's movement to focus on class, only gender. That's what Dr. Harriet Fraad tells us, and that's what Gloria Steinem did. And nobody can explain the mysterious funding for Ms. Magazine. Anyway, Linda Sarsour, she is the Palestinian American, was a rising star within the Democratic Party. Bernie Sanders was a huge fan. But according to the article in the Times, since Russian trolls targeted her, she receives very few speaking opportunities. And when she does, she is targeted by trolls. The women's movement has not recovered from this split. It's a rupture within the progressive movement. And according to the New York Times, it was all amplified by Russian bots. Russian President Vladimir, not Russian President, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is demanding a war crimes tribunal after mass graves have been discovered in Izium, part of Ukraine's Kharkiv region, taken back from the Russians on September 10th. So far, 440 bodies have been discovered, most of them showing evidence of torture. Ukrainian President Zelensky says as parts of Kharkiv were liberated earlier this month, his army discovered at least 10 Russian torture chambers. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said, quote, "We stand with Ukraine in pursuing accountability for these crimes." I guess that means America is finally going to join the International Criminal Court. Anthony Blinken. You know, there are guys charged with the terrorist attacks on 9/11, the guys charged with the attacks on the USS Cole. These guys have been languishing in Gitmo for decades, Anthony Blinken, because we cannot put them on trial because we tortured them. You'll get thrown out of court. America has set up this new bullshit judicial system called military commissions. And that's because we violated every international and domestic law by coercing confessions from these guys using torture. So now we're holding these trials down on Gitmo in Cuba. They're called military commissions. They're supposed to be going on right now. I doubt we'll ever be able to get a guilty verdict because we tortured these guys hundreds of times. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was tortured at least 200 times. We waterboarded them, stripped them naked, and forced them to clean up other men's feces barehanded. These charges would not hold up in any Western court of law, including the United States, because we tortured them. So now we've got these bullshit trials called military commissions, which are an abject failure. And they're going on right now. See how quickly they come to an end. They're never going to end. This stuff is going to go on and on. You can't, when you torture somebody, you can't try them. Well, back to Joe Biden. He was on 60 Minutes Sunday night. As Grace Jackson, who runs our China desk, I love saying that, Grace Jackson on our China desk, she has explained that America's one China policy relies on something called strategic ambiguity. Does America recognize one China, or do we recognize Taiwan as being separate? Strategic ambiguity means our president responds yes and no. Since he took office, Joe Biden has constantly said that should China attack Taiwan, America would jump in. But that's in direct violation of our strategic ambiguity. So there's a little dance that goes on. Joe Biden says if China attacks Taiwan, we're sending in troops. And then right after, a carefully choreographed statement comes out from our State Department saying that America refuses to say whether or not it would come to Taiwan's aid. Well, it happened again on 60 Minutes last night. Scott Pelley asked Joe Biden what would happen if China attacks Taiwan.
But would U.S. forces defend the island?
Yes.
Yeah, before the interview even aired, the White House, as usual, walked back the president's statement saying it was official American policy not to disclose how it would react to China invading Taiwan. That is strategic ambiguity. He's not making a mistake. Grace Jackson explained this. Biden knows exactly what he's doing. He's being cagey. Biden was then asked about his son Hunter and whether or not Hunter would be a liability, not just to his reelection, but to what he'll be able to accomplish should Republicans win the House in November and then spend the next 2 years looking into his son's laptop.
I wonder what you would like to say about your son and whether any of his troubles have caused conflicts for you or for the United States?
I love my son, number one. He fought an addiction problem. He overcame it. He wrote about it. And no, there's not a single thing that I've observed at all that would affect me or the United States relative to my son, Hunter.
You know, I'm going to take it easy on Hunter. I saw this picture. I posted this picture of him. He is suffering. I don't know if you can see this. And addiction is a serious problem. Mental illness is a serious problem. And I think I've been a little rough on him. I saw this picture of him and I thought, yeah, he's screwed up, but he's an addict and the Republicans should leave him alone. I do think the laptop is going to be a serious liability for Joe Biden. I do. And I do think that, well, I'll shut up. Nancy Pelosi. Oh, wait a second. Good news before we get to Nancy Pelosi. In the 60 Minutes interview, Joe Biden also announced the COVID pandemic is over. It's over, he said. He said, we still have a problem with COVID. We're still doing a lot of work on it, but the pandemic is over. If you notice, no one's wearing masks. Okay. He then went on to say, everybody seems to be in pretty good shape. And so I think it's changing. And I think the fact that here I am at the Detroit Auto Show is a perfect example of it. Okay. I still wear my mask. I'm going to get my 4th vaccine. It is estimated that 464 Americans died yesterday from COVID. 31,700 were hospitalized, and 61,700 new cases were reported. Biden is still trying to get nearly $23 billion in COVID funding passed through Congress. Free COVID tests are no longer being mailed out. Be careful out there. Nancy Pelosi was in Armenia over the weekend, where she condemned what she called Azerbaijan's illegal and deadly border attacks that have killed more than 200 soldiers in the past week. 2 years ago, Armenia and Azerbaijan fought a full-scale 6-week war, resulting in Azerbaijan recapturing land that Armenia had kept for decades. Last year, America formally attached the word genocide to the massacre of 1.5 million Armenians by the Ottoman Empire in the early 20th century. For decades, America was reluctant to call it a genocide for fear of offending Turkey. Speaker Pelosi, what do you think of the fighting between Armenia and Azerbaijan?
Sickening.
I'm sorry, you find it what?
Sickening.
Ah, okay. You find it, what's the word?
Sickening.
Okay, now can you pronounce Azerbaijan for us?
Sickening.
I know I can't. Yes, I can't pronounce certain words. Well, I correct myself on this show, and I have a correction from last Friday's show where I praised King Charles for lobbying then Prime Minister Tony Blair. I said that I praised King Charles because he had lobbied Tony Blair to outlaw fox hunting. I said King Charles was on the right side of outlawing fox hunting. I am wrong. I got that wrong. King Charles did lobby Blair, who was planning to outlaw fox hunting, but Charles wanted Blair to change his mind and keep fox hunting legal. In a letter obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, Charles said that people trying to outlaw fox hunting were concerned less about protecting the fox and more about hurting the people who go fox hunting. Charles wants fox hunting to be legal again. He insisted in his letter to Tony Blair that fox hunting was environmentally friendly, unless, of course, you're the fox. He then added, quote, fox hunting relies entirely on man's ancient and indeed romantic relationship with dogs and horses, unquote. Our romantic relationship with dogs and horses. Yeah, a little too much information about your sexual peccadillos. Peccadillos? Peccadillos. Armadillos. Peccadillos. I stand corrected. Okay. It's peccadillos. I need to start watching television to learn how to pronounce words. I'm like an immigrant who's come to this country, the way I pronounce words. I need to watch television. I'm paying a price. Well, where am I? Okay. Britain's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, campaigned on a promise to get tough with China. So it came as no surprise last week when the Speaker of the Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, announced that Chinese officials would not be granted a private audience with the Queen's coffin like other foreign dignitaries. But that decision has been reversed over the weekend. Chinese Vice President Wang Qishan over the weekend was given special access to jump the 14-hour line to visit the Queen, who was lying in Westminster Hall. No word as to what they discussed, other than the Queen occasionally shouting, "Get me out of here, I'm still alive. Get me out of here, I'm still alive." I don't know. Do we know if she's really in there? I'm not trying to be rude. It just seems like if you're waiting a day to see the Queen and you don't get to lift it up and look inside, it just seems to me they should plant maybe 15 coffins around London so people could only have to wait in line for an hour instead of 15 hours. Just little Yankee ingenuity. That's, it's my suggestion. Well, 2 million royal subjects flocked into London today to watch the Queen make her final journey home to St. George's Chapel near Windsor Castle. Prince Philip was buried there last year, but in keeping with the Queen's wishes, she will be laid to rest right next to Top of the Pops host Jimmy Savile. Also buried in St. George's Chapel is most of King Charles I, who was beheaded in 1649. If memory serves, and I may be wrong on this, Queen Elizabeth's mom had the head of King Charles I hollowed out to be used as a wall sconce lighting fixture in Balmoral Castle in Scotland. Yesterday, members of the royal family walked behind her coffin, which sat atop a 123-year-old gun carriage pulled by 4 royal steeds. That's 4 horses. That's gotta smell dreadful. I'm gonna follow 5 horses' asses. The imperial state crown that rested on the Queen's coffin as it lay in state had 2,868 diamonds, along with 17 sapphires, 11 emeralds, 269 pearls, 4 rubies, and the mummified severed ear of a Mau Mau. Today's funeral was attended by 69 leaders from around the world, 70 if you count Liz Truss. The Queen was the head of state in Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, and so the funeral was attended by New Zealand's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, who is also head of the Labour Party in New Zealand, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who is also head of that country's Labour Department, and Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, whose mother slept with Mick Jagger. And I believe he is also leader of Canada's Liberal Party. Japanese Emperor Naruhito, as well as nearly 24 kings, queens, princes, and princesses from Holland, Spain, Belgium, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden were in attendance, as well as the presidents of France and Germany. The president of Israel also attended. When reminded that the queen died on the 8th and is now being buried on the 19th, he called the entire thing a Shiva gone wild. Well, President of Brazil, Bolsonaro, was also there. He belongs there. He's a royal asshole. Bolsonaro is running for re-election October 2nd against former President Lula, who is expected to win, which is why, like Trump, Bolsonaro is already complaining of election fraud and is not expected to evacuate the presidency without a fight. Russian leader Vladimir Putin and his puppet, the president of Belarus, were not invited because of their illegal invasion of Ukraine. There are credible reports that Putin secretly helped fund backers of Brexit in 2016, who won, as well as the vote for Scottish independence in 2014, which failed. Also not invited were North Korea's Kim Jong-un, Nicaragua's Daniel Ortega, and Prince Harry's Meghan Markle, although I think Meghan Markle did bust through the gates without an invitation and show up. In order to guarantee their security, British security services insisted world leaders arrive for the funeral crammed inside several buses. The only leader permitted to arrive alone was Joe Biden, who, because of his advanced age, was deemed too flatulent to share a bulletproof vehicle sealed shut. A bit of a surprise when the bus pulled up in front of Westminster Abbey. Along with the world leaders disembarking were several Guatemalan migrants who had been promised work and housing by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The migrants reportedly felt right at home inside the bus, seated alongside all those other political puppets. 10,000 uniformed police officers were on duty, including, this is really interesting, Rod Stewart's wife, Penny Lancaster, who has become a special constable for the City of London. She's been doing this since 2021. She's actually doing something with her life. Penny Lancaster. Here she is. Let's see. Here she is today, protecting people during the Queen's funeral. Another picture of her. That's Rod Stewart's wife. Here they are meeting then Prince Charles, and here she is with Rod Stewart. Kind of interesting. Rod, I guess, is pushing 80, and Penny figured being a constable was the only way to get her hands on a nightstick that was hard and firm. Well, there were also thousands of plainclothes police officers, 2,500 uniformed members of the military, snipers on rooftops, surveillance drones, all ready to pounce on anyone who even thought about shouting "F the monarchy." Because so many royal subjects become obsessed with the Windsors, Great Britain has a fixated threat assessment center. They have a fixated threat assessment center, which keeps an eye on those who are deemed overly fixated on royalty. Officers from the Fixated Threat Assessment Center keep a list of people to visit and make sure they're taking their medications. Kim Darroch, a former British ambassador to the United States, told the Washington Post that the royal family refuses to be in a bubble. So in order to maintain their popularity, they have to be out and pressing the flesh. Darroch, former British ambassador, adds that so much of today's procession that we watched on television could not be in the open here in America because there are so many guns. They don't have guns in Great Britain. That's why world leaders are allowed to step out of the bubble. The funeral was the most expensive one ever. Queen Elizabeth's mother's funeral in 2002 cost more than $5 million American dollars, and that was just the bar bill. Security for Prince William and Kate Middleton's 2011 wedding was $7 million. So how much is the royal family worth? The Sunday Times of London estimates the net worth of the entire royal family to be north of $23 billion, but they have enormous expenses, like maintaining several castles and keeping Princess Di locked up in that secret underground bunker in Wales. The family properties are known as the Crown Estate, with land and buildings in Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland, and they alone are said to be worth $18 billion. So what is King Chuck worth? The Crown Estate is owned by King Charles, but he can't sell any of it. All the profits are turned over to the government each year, which then pays him 20% in what is called a sovereign grant. So the government gets 80% of Prince Charles's earnings. He only gets 20%. What are they worth? What if King Charles comes to his senses and says, you know what, this is ridiculous, I quit? On his own, by himself, he is said to be worth $1 billion. But Buckingham Palace, which he doesn't like, is technically not his to sell. He does, however, reportedly own Sandringham in Norfolk, which sits atop 20,000 acres, and of course, Balmoral, which sits atop 50,000 acres in Scotland, where Charles and Camilla performed the royal suffocation on Queen Elizabeth II earlier this month. All of this is conjecture because the royal will is kept secret as per a court ruling dating back to 1820. We do know that King Charles is a bit on the frugal side. The Guardian reported over the weekend that since King Charles's former residence is no longer Clarence House, where 100 people work for him, those workers have been put on notice that they should expect to be laid off. Long live the king. The news came as those staffers were working around the clock to prepare Charles for today's funeral. Britain's Public and Commercial Services Union called this nothing short of heartless to announce the firings during this period of mourning, which officially ends today. Right. It is reported that the future monarch, Prince William, who is 40, inherited millions back in 1997 when the Queen of England had Princess Diana, quote unquote, killed. They faked her death in 1997, and Prince William got most of her money, and he gets to keep it. Prince William is technically a billionaire ever since Charles became king, and William inherited the Duchy of Cornwall. I think I mispronounced that. It's the Duchy of Cornwall. You sure it's not the Duchy of Cornwall? Princess Anne, King Charles's sister, who is considered the hardest working royal, is said to be worth $52 million. Her Gloucestershire mansion sits atop 700 acres, said to be close to Princess Di's vacation bunker, where MI6 and MI5 deploy extraordinary rendition. All right. Okay. Be nice. I actually like the royalty. Prince Andrew, the Queen's favorite, is worth a few million less than his brothers and sisters ever since he agreed to pay one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims about $10 million to settle a lawsuit accusing him of rape. Andrew is technically still listed in the royal line of succession, but is no longer considered a working royal due to all his successions. So, wow. The Queen she did leave him all her corgis, which are said to be worth collectively $800. So there's that. He's got the corgis. And the good thing is for Andrew, corgis, their testimony doesn't hold up in court. How about Prince Edward? Prince Edward is 58. His wife, Sophie, his wife is named Sophie? I have 3 aunts named Sophie. She's Jewish? Prince Edward married a Jew? That's good for him. Anyway, all the wives, Queen Elizabeth is said to have treated Sophie like a daughter, which means she kept her at arm's length and remained emotionally distant. Edward is worth roughly $12 million, not counting his collection of severed heads bequeathed to him by his uncle, Lord Mountbatten. And then there's Harry and Meghan. Prince Harry, 38, and his wife Meghan are worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $22 million, but that is expected to double ever since Harry and Meghan got into the podcasting business. And I just want to welcome them, welcome to this wonderful industry of podcasting. We could really use your help, so thank you. Wow. The midterms are 49 days away. The party that, excuse me, little post-nasal drip. The midterms are 49 days away. The party that controls the White House normally loses the House of Representatives. Republicans need to flip just 5 seats to impeach Joe Biden. According to The Economist, the party that controlled the White House kept the House during the midterms only once this century. That was back in 2002 when George W. Bush was president, and the Republicans kept control over the House because 9/11 was 14 months earlier. Let's see how that election is going. According to new polling by the New York Times, a generic congressional ballot shows the Democrats leading the Republicans by 2 percentage points. The Economist warns, however, that polling could be way off because Trump supporters are notorious for refusing to take part in surveys. So the polls tend to skew towards the Democrats. The Economist says their polling takes that into consideration when weighing these responses, but The Economist is saying there might be some surprises on election day. Joe Biden's approval rating, according to NBC News, 45% of Americans approve of the job Joe Biden is doing, 52% disapprove. According to NBC News, his approval rating is upside down by 7%. When asked, do you approve of the direction this country is taking? This is an NBC poll out today. Only 27% of Americans say America is heading in the right direction. 68% say it's heading in the wrong direction. The new Trafalgar Group poll in Pennsylvania shows Lieutenant Governor and Democrat John Fetterman leading Dr. Oz by 2 points in the race for Senate. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General, who is running for governor against Mastriano, a bigoted racist who was at the Capitol on January 6, Josh Shapiro is leading by 2 points. That's from new polling out by the Trafalgar Group. Meanwhile, election officials around the country report they are getting bombarded with requests for information regarding the 2020 election from Trump supporters. This is an attempt to make it impossible for election officials to do their jobs for the upcoming midterms. The Washington Post asked 19 Republican candidates for governor and Senate in several closely watched races whether or not they would accept the election results in their race. 7 Republican candidates said yes, they would accept the results, while 12 refused to say. J.D. Vance, Dr. Oz, and Herschel Walker all said yes, they would accept the results. Beto O'Rourke, who's running for governor of Texas, refused to answer. Either did his opponent, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Marco Rubio, Ron Johnson, who's running for re-election in Wisconsin, Carrie Lake, who's running for governor of Arizona, Ron DeSantis, who's running for re-election as governor of Florida, and Doug Mastriano, who mentioned earlier. They all refused to guarantee that they would accept the election results. Pretty scary stuff. Former Trump White House spokesperson and candidate for governor of Arkansas, Sarah Sanders, is returning to the campaign trail after undergoing treatment for thyroid cancer. Sanders is 40. Her thyroid was removed after doctors spotted a cancer earlier this month. Sanders' father is Mike Huckabee, who served previously as governor of Arkansas right after Bill Clinton. On Saturday, Donald Trump hosted a sparsely attended rally in Youngstown, Ohio, where he endorsed 14 candidates running for Congress and governor. Trump is all in when it comes to Ohio. He beat Biden there by 8 percentage points in 2020. He's endorsed more candidates in Ohio than any other state except Texas. Trump also officiated the wedding at his Bedminster golf course last month for Max Miller, his former White House aide, who also received the former president's endorsement for Ohio's 7th congressional district. Stephanie Grisham, the former Trump White House press secretary, says Max Miller, her ex-boyfriend, physically abused her the day they broke up. Miller has filed a defamation lawsuit. He is endorsed by Donald Trump. Well, the rally was held in Youngstown, Ohio, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is now Donald Trump's official opening act. And she got things started by appealing to the intellectuals in the crowd.
If the government wants to replace parents and brainwash our children, well, you know what? We will just defund the Department of Education.
Yes, education is brainwashing. Yeah, you have, yes. And then Marjorie went after AOC and she attacked the new Green Deal. And I gotta say, this made sense.
But we know that cheap gas, it won't last, will it? No. You want to know why? Democrats all worship the climate just like AOC. But let me tell you something. We worship God. We worship God.
I swear to you, if Dave Cyrus were writing a movie and this character was in the movie saying that, he'd never work again. They'd say, come on, you're insulting our intelligence. Yeah, I know you want a stupid Republican, but nobody's that stupid. Well, apparently there are other people who are as stupid as Marjorie Taylor Greene, like Carrie Lake, who is the Republican candidate for governor of Arizona.
You can call us extremists. You can call us domestic terrorists. You know who else was called a lot of names his whole life? Jesus. And he never stopped. He never stopped. They called him names right up until his death. So why should we care what Joe Biden thinks of us? Do you think that our founding fathers really cared what King George said about them? I don't think so.
Yeah, our founding fathers also didn't care what Jesus said either. They were deists. I've mentioned this before. Our founding fathers didn't want any religion or mention of God in our government. She said that Jesus got called a lot of names all through his life. I remember, I think it's the book of Thomas, young Jesus was being insulted, and he said, "I'm rubber, you're glue," and the guy turned into glue. That's from the book, I think it's Thomas, pretty sure. Well, that's Carrie Lake. It doesn't stop. J.R. Majewski is, he's an Air Force veteran, and he was at the Capitol on January 6th. So that means, of course, he has Donald Trump's endorsement to unseat Democratic Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur in Ohio's 9th Congressional District. We had Congresswoman Kaptur on the show, I think about 3 years ago. So here is the brilliant J.R. Majewski warming up the crowd in Youngstown, Ohio. Brilliant guy.
So for those of you that don't know me, my name is J.R. Majewski.
J.R. Majewski.
My pronouns are patriot and ass kicker.
How about fat ass kicker? He looks like Frank Luntz, right? The pollster? He looks like Frank Luntz.
That's right.
That's right.
Folks, I love God, I love my family, and I love this country.
You left out chili cheesesteak fries.
And I'm sorry, Joe Biden. I'll never apologize for having the will to fight for all three.
Yeah.
How many veterans we got in here? Police officers, stand up. Let's give you a round.
Oh, wait, hang on. How many veterans do we have here? Stand up. Maybe not the best demographic to ask to stand up.
Round of applause.
Yes, let's get some applause.
Yeah.
And now he's posing for that picture. See, they're all standing, and his photographer shoots him over the shoulder, so he gets the veterans, all those people standing. That's a great shot, right?
Tell you what.
What?
Speaking at a rally for a guy like me that grew up in Toledo, Ohio.
Yeah.
I got eagle bumps.
Eagle bumps.
We don't get goosebumps here. If you're at a Trump rally, you get eagle bumps. Am I right?
Am I right? That's where Don Henley punches you in the head. You're covered in eagle bumps. What a effing idiot. Just a worthless piece of shit. J.R. Majewski, who was there January 6th at the Capitol, and he's a piece of shit. Anyway, speaking of pieces of shit, J.R. Majewski went after the Green New Deal. He doesn't like the Green New Deal. And here's what he said about the Green New Deal.
I'll be the working member of Congress that's going to be the tip of the spear, and I'm going to turn that Green New Deal brown like the turd it is.
Wow. There's like a little kid in the audience. And you would think a little kid, but watch it again. There's a kid to his left. And you would think saying something like that would wake up a 10-year-old kid. Watch the kid. Nothing.
I'll be the working member of Congress that's going to be the tip of the spear, and I'm going to turn that Green New Deal brown like the turd it is.
This is a candidate for office. He's going to turn Green New Deal brown like the turd it is. When has J.R. Majewski, when's the last time his turds were anything but blood red? Yeah, I'm the bad guy. Anyway, then the headliner came out, Donald Trump. And again, this always makes me happy because he's divisive, and it makes me have faith in our system when he said this.
Mitch McConnell is a disgrace, and I hope you're going to do something about it, JD. He's a disgrace.
So that's, calling McConnell a disgrace. That's checks and balances. And then he threw red meat at the crowd.
And I'm calling for the death penalty for drug dealers and human traffickers.
Yes, he's calling for the death penalty for human traffickers. Here we see him parting with Melania and their old friend Jeffrey Epstein. Well, speaking of human traffickers who, the death penalty, I don't know, maybe the death penalty, maybe it's a good idea. I wonder if Matt Gaetz thinks it's a good idea. Congressman Matt Gaetz reportedly told a Trump White House aide that he personally asked then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to arrange for a presidential pardon to put an end to a criminal investigation looking into allegations that Congressman Gaetz transported underage girls for the purpose of having sex with them. That's according to newly leaked closed-door testimony before the January 6th Select Committee. The Attorney General at the time was Bill Barr, who authorized the investigation based on testimony from Gaetz's best friend, who is now a convicted sex trafficker. Donald Trump last year insisted Gaetz never asked for a pardon. And Trump is the king of endorsements. He's not going away. He continues to reshape the GOP in his own image. With last Tuesday being the last of the primaries and the lead up to the midterms, the Washington Post tallied Trump's endorsements to see how he did. And he did remarkably well, suggesting that his hold over the party is getting stronger. It's not weakening, it's getting stronger. 81% of non-incumbents who were running in Republican primaries and got endorsed by Trump won their contests. So that's 45 wins and 10 losses. That's for non-incumbents, challengers. 45 wins and 10 losses. 45 candidates who were endorsed by Trump won and 10 lost. That's amazing. The Brookings Institute issued a report last week saying that candidates who weren't officially endorsed by Trump but campaigned while speaking favorably about Trump outdid traditional conservative Republican candidates. Candidates who self-identified as pro-Trump won 40% of their primary races, while Republicans who didn't mention Trump won 30% of the time. 36% of all Republican candidates this cycle call themselves MAGA. 36% of all Republican candidates this cycle call themselves MAGA. And for the senators and congresspeople who voted to impeach and remove Donald Trump for office, there were 13 Republicans, 10 House members, 3 senators who had voted to remove Trump from office. They were running for re-election. Trump ran against them. Only 3 survived the primary season to go on to the general election. 13 Republicans who voted to impeach and or remove Donald Trump from office. Only 3 of them got through the primaries because Trump targeted them. This Republican Party is in the hands, in the grasp of Donald Trump. Well, we have a royal watcher who knows the king, grew up with him, and we're going to be talking with him in a second. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please sign up for my newsletter. It comes out every Friday, and go to my website to sign up. And while you're over there, sign up for office hours. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the royal family from someone who grew up with them. But first, some music from Mike Steinell.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA, who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
Well, we're back, and we have a special guest. I've never met this gentleman before. I believe Dan booked him. His name is Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling, and he's on the line from, I believe, London. Are you there, Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling?
Good evening, Mr. Feldman.
It's
May I start by saying it's an incredible honor for you to have me on your show.
Yes, it is, sir. Yes, it is, Sir Griebling. And I'm told that you grew up with Prince Charles, that your estate abutted Sandringham, and that you played with him as a child. Is that correct?
I played with him not in the biblical sense. However, yes, we did cavort in the fields and torture the odd animal, like kids, all kids do, yes.
Mm-hmm. What kind of king? They say you can tell, show me the child of 5, I'll show you the man of 50. So, Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling, what kind of king will he be?
Well, at the age of 5, he was already showing great prowess in the necessary art of lying, dancing, and spending vast amounts of money.
He was that at 5, he already had it down.
Yes, especially the money, and especially the money of other people.
So you're saying he's great with money?
Great in as much as he didn't hold on to it very long. I remember, we weren't 5. We were maybe about 7 years old at this point. He found me weeping at my mother's doorstep. And he asked me why, and I was reluctant to tell him that my mother and father had broken up. By which I don't mean they'd parted. I mean, I found their bodies with limbs severed.
Yes, that's always tough when children discover that their parents have broken up, and they
So,
is it
yes.
my fault? Did you feel it was your fault that you caused
No, I found it as character building. Yes, it set me on a course for life, which made me rather strong. But Charles picked me from the step. He brushed me down and said, "Do you have any money on your person?"
That's so sweet.
Yes, I had 4 and 6, which in today's money is I don't know.
Yeah.
I had 4 and 6, and he took it off me to teach me in that disastrous hour of need. Just he nudged me over the line with a little bit more character building. And I'm grateful that he took the last pennies I had as a now destitute orphan. And
You live on your family estate, as I understand it.
We live very close to each other, yes.
What is the name of your family estate?
It's Rivington Hall.
Rivington Hall.
Yes.
And that goes up right up against Sandringham?
Yes.
What kind of neighbors? That's one of the Queen's castles. What kind of neighbor was the Queen? Did you have to put her garbage out when she wasn't there? Did you water the lawn? Did she do anything? Was she a good neighbor?
Well, you must consider the vast expanse of land both of our families owned. So putting their things out would not be feasible. However, we did realize that for a long time, the lovely corgis that they have on their estate very much are wild in that part of the country. And not only wild, but they increase significantly when it starts to rain. We don't know why that is. If we have a massive downpour, we seem to wake up the next day with a field full of small yapping dogs shitting and pissing everywhere.
So it rains dogs, but not cats.
No cats, only dogs.
Dogs. Yes, and they're corgis. They because those are the Queen's favorite.
Yes, they're called corgis because in the event of a cricket game, when the corgi ball has been misplaced, you can replace it with that small dog and bat the hell out of it out the stadium. You say, clobber it. You don't. With the ball, the most you can get with one hit is a 6, and with a corgi, you get a 12.
Now, if we were to look up your name in Burke's Peerage, what would we see?
We'd see a lineage that goes back as far as Agincourt, when we apparently came from good stock, but not from England, sadly, from France.
Right.
A bit of cavorting going on between the nations.
Right, and the hall you live in, what is the name of it again?
Rivington.
Rivington Hall.
Yes.
And how big is Rivington Hall?
Oh, it's very large. I've yet to use a tape measure in my entire life.
But
I employ other people. I employ other people to use tape measures. So I've not measured it personally. It's big. It was Mummy and Daddy's abode, and they left me there all alone once their heads and limbs had been severed.
Right. It's always tragic when children when their parents break up. You're destitute. How do you pay the bills, Sir Streebling?
I eat off the land, basically. There are enough corgis to go around all year, so...
There's a what?
There are enough corgis to go around all year.
You eat corgi?
Yeah, every time it rains, the corgis multiply, and I scoff them down with a bit of nettle soup.
Nettle soup?
Yes.
What? And how do you... So you make a soup out of the corgis, and they're tasty?
Very tasty.
Do you have
Wring
any
the neck.
recipes? Yeah.
Yes, wring the neck. Wring the neck is the first thing.
Right.
Leave the fur on, oddly enough.
Leave the fur on. A lot of protein in fur, right?
Lot of great deal of fiber.
Right.
Comes out the other end like a bar of soap out of a you know where.
Yes.
Anyway, yes.
Now, are
yes,
these recipes for corgi, were these passed along to you by the Queen?
I'm afraid no. I sort of had to work it out on my own. Being left alone as I was at the age of 7 in a vast house with a vast amount of land with no assistance. Well, I thought, well, they look like they're made of meat.
Mm-hmm.
They resembled a very small, furry, pointy-nosed pig with pricked up ears.
Right.
As a child. So I just coughed a lot, yes.
For those of you who are just joining us, we're talking with Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling. He is landed gentry.
Not to be confused with Sir Arthur Streebling.
Yes, and you grew up with Prince Charles. You're about the same age.
Yes.
You are part of the peerage. You must be exhausted. What was the funeral like today?
Well, we're on somewhat of a sticky wicket here, you see.
You had a good seat? You had to sit at the back of the church?
I sat right at the back of the whole proceeding. I was back home.
You were back home?
Yes.
So
far back, I wasn't there, yes.
You weren't there. So is that because of your health?
Would that were so. No, sadly, we did grow up as close friends, myself and Charles.
Yes.
But due to an incident with a local wench, shall we put it, we fell out at the age of 25.
So you weren't invited, and you're not going to get an invitation to the coronation, I would assume.
No, I'm afraid not. However, I wish the country all of the greatest of luck with the new king, because frankly, they're going to need it.
What was it like watching it?
It was painful. There were far too many peasants on view.
Mm-hmm.
The streets were lined with all manner of detritus. The pageantry was somewhat amusing, as was the means of transport for the dignitaries from around the world. However, the Queen, she did a great job.
Yes, she
Absolutely did. Phenomenal job. Always stoic. Always stoic. Always
stiff upper lip and a stiff lower lip, come to think of it.
Quite frankly, a stiff everything.
Yeah.
At the moment, yes. She played the part fantastically well. She's something the country has relied on for 70 years, and it's a constant in our society, much like syphilis and poverty.
Yes. Well, we've been talking with Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling. He is the Lord of Ribbington Hall. Do you take in tourists? I understand that a lot of these big estates, to pay the bills, will often take in guests. If
I take them in, but I tend not to let them out. So I keep getting the odd call from the police. Yes.
Oh, you're a fucking genius. You really, I knew it. Will you come back on Thursday?
It would be a pleasure to once again discuss the importance of the aristocracy within this great land of ours. Yes.
You just made my day. Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling, thank you so much. This is a very sad day, and you lifted us up, and I thank you. We will be back. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. David Feldman.
Good evening, colonialists everywhere, by the way.
I'm sorry?
Good evening, colonialists everywhere.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Sign up for my newsletter by going to my website. And while you're over there, sign up for office hours every Friday night. When we come back, we will be joined by the brilliant Ethan Hirschenfeld.
I read it in the paper today. And they were swimming in a sea of contrition. The people feeling the need to apologize. They say it seems to be a modern condition. They might be real sorry for what they did, or maybe their career is just on their skids. Some people say they're sorry on a TV show. We're so sorry. It appears that the formula is cut and dry. We're so sorry. They act kind of sad and they talk real slow. We're so sorry. It helps if the family is by their side. We're so sorry. They gotta get out in front and do it real fast. If they're lucky, they can put it all in the past. Wiener was sorry about a picture or two. He's so sorry. With a name like his, what else could he do? He's so sorry. Clinton was sorry about the Monica thing. He's so sorry. But he never was sorry about those other flames. He's so sorry. If you get canceled and you have to punt, just say you were a victim of a witch hunt. Feeling kind of bad for writing this song. I've been mulling it over all day long. If you're apologetic and that's what you do, I didn't mean to throw some shade on you. So, go ahead, get it off your chest. Say you're sorry, it's for the best. We're so sorry. 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 We're so
Is Professor Mike Steinel, who won't be joining us today. He is, there we are. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, there we go. Joining us is the star of Thug Jew. And I think it's you, not me.
It's not. It's nothing. It's about to stop. It's an airplane.
Oh, we're getting testy, are we?
No. It's just because last time I sat out here, the wind, but this time I was like, there's zero wind, so I know that this is going to work just fine.
You get a lot of airplanes. You're in Cape Cod, I take it, right?
Yeah. There's no airplanes. There's one a week.
But it's a loud one.
Oh God.
Are you in a bad mood?
No, I'm not. But I will. I will move inside if you want me to.
Today is Now is the name of the book. Today is Now.
Maybe I am in a bad mood. Maybe you've diagnosed something. I don't know. I was upset. I'll tell you what I was upset about. I was upset. Some neighbors are having a baby, and we got them a nice little gift, like some little T-shirt, baby size, and then they sent a thank you note, and then I texted back thank you, and I thought, what am I doing? This will never end.
Right.
We'll be thanking each other for eternity.
You should mail them a thumbs up. And the end, right? That's how a text is over. When
Right.
You do a
Oh,
thumbs
that's good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Thumbs up is weird.
Are you
Thumbs
pissed
up is.
off that they're having a baby? Is the baby going to be alive?
No, I'm not pissed off. It's a blessing.
What makes you angry? Do you have rage
Unto
issues?
us a child is born.
Do you have rage issues? Reach through the screen right now and throttle my neck. Would that make you happy?
Not at all.
Do you think I can make a living? Do you think I could sell myself to just like go around and you can punch me in the face?
No. Oh, someone just texted me a thumbs up. Right on cue. Yeah. Right.
When's the last time you got into a screaming match with somebody?
Oh boy. Long time ago. I have to say a long time ago. But
Yes. You okay?
Yeah.
It's the funeral. It's nonstop. Every time you turn on the TV, it's nothing but sadness, right?
I saw a little bit of it this morning on the New York Times.
Right now.
Really?
I'm not looking at you. No, I'm looking at the funeral cortege nonstop.
Why? But it's not our queen. You have no queen in that fight.
I know, but she just
Out
reminds
of respect.
she reminds me of a better time,
Right.
a better generation.
She reminds me of a time when the women would go to what was called the beauty parlor and have their hair set. I'm going to the beauty parlor. That's what my grandmother did, and she got that hair like that. The parlor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it remind you of your mortality today? Sing. I thought she was going to make it to 100.
Yeah. It's funny, that whole obsession with 100, and it makes sense. And I heard someone explain it once, the decimal system, it's all just born of the fact that we happen to be a species with 10 fingers and 10 toes. That's the whole origin of that. Yeah, that's it. That's why we started counting to 10, and that's why a lot of things are based on a metric system where things are divided into 10, because that's how many fingers we have in front of us. So there's nothing magical about the 100.
Can you imagine if we used our testicles to come up with it?
Yeah, base 20 if you count your toes, and yeah, if you count your ears or whatever. Yeah.
You're good at that. I heard a rumor that you helped Natalie Portman.
Oh, Jesus.
And that because of you, you did such a great job helping her with calculus. She was hired by the Jet Propulsion Lab in California. Is that true?
If that were the case, then we would have been denied all of her wonderful performances on the silver screen.
Now you're in beautiful Cape Cod. How long are you going to be there for?
I'm shooting something on the 28th in New York, so in like 10 days.
So you're
going
to
be there
for 10 days.
I don't know unless something else comes up. You know what I'm sad about in part? Loki is 15 in 1 month, and he'll be joining the Queen.
What?
He'll be
a trial before the International Criminal Court? All the crimes committed?
No, he's doing okay, but I am a little down about that. He's not long for this world, because I'm at that stage where you have to start deciding when you're keeping him around just for your own benefit. Right. He's still having fun and doing this and that, but he's really enfeebled in many ways. So that's a little sad.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
When pets, yes.
Yeah.
I've been through it way too many times.
Yeah. Oh, someone just asked how the refugees are on Cape Cod. I'm not near that army base, but I did think it would be great to visit them. My Spanish professor in college who was wonderful was from Venezuela. So that would be a little conversation starter. So, but there was a great article in the Times about this one guy who got shipped to D.C. from San Antonio, and he's making a real great go of it. Did you read that thing?
No.
He's living in a homeless shelter, but he's saving up enough money to get out of there. He has multiple jobs. He's learning English on Duolingo. He's 29 years old. He's now able to send $150 once or twice a month to his kid in Venezuela, which has changed the kid's life. And he's just, he's thankful that he got on that bus when they offered him that option.
How immoral is it to take them and ship them? I find the story to be so grotesque.
Yeah, it's grotesque. These guys are professional trolls. That whole trolling thing which was supposed to be from the bottom up. Now it's trolling from the top down. They enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah, it's kidnapping, and I think it is illegal. I don't think it'll be prosecuted, but it does seem like it's human trafficking, it's kidnapping, it's false arrest, it's all sorts of things.
The alternative is what? The ICE detention facilities?
I don't know. I don't have a solution.
I mean, not knowing too much about it.
Yeah. I don't know if they have to be detained. They could just be doing in Texas or in Florida or in Arizona what they're doing in D.C. or in Cape Cod now, which is they get this asylum petition, and apparently that takes several years to move through all the desks it has to move through. And in the meantime, they can get settled and then get things in order and live off the grid.
Yeah, supposedly. Yeah.
Which we need. We have a shortfall of tens of millions of workers, and here are people who are willing to work. So it doesn't seem like a problem to me.
Yeah.
Also, the right wing media they were loving it. I heard a little bit of Fox on the radio, and they were loving the idea that these people in Martha's Vineyard were incensed. But in fact, these guys were welcomed, and the locals helped find them shelter, and they did what they could to help them. So, that false narrative is baloney.
I'm texting with a friend.
I felt like you weren't with me completely. Thank you for admitting that.
No, I'm texting with a friend who is a Republican. He's just going up the dark side. Brilliant guy. There's a screw loose. And I asked, I go back and forth, because I like the guy. And I'm just curious how somebody could just go off the deep end. All he does is send me articles proving that Democrats are craven, they get away with murder, they're horrible. And I write back, okay, so what are we going to do about the problems in this country? And he says, the number one problem in this country is the Democratic Party is a cult. I'm thinking, really? That's the number one problem in the country, is that I'm part of a cult.
Right.
You're not interested in helping these immigrants. You're not interested in solving climate change. The number one problem is Democrats. It's incredible.
It is incredible. And I have a friend who does a similar thing, but I don't allow him. I don't engage. He'll send me the occasional video from Joe Rogan, and I just I delete them.
I think people who hate government come to Washington to destroy it. They have most Republicans, all those Republicans. By the way, Lindsey Graham, I think, is drinking a lot. Don't you see the signs of an alcoholic?
I haven't seen. I mean, I've read things he's said, but I haven't seen him speaking in a year at least.
They go to Washington, D.C., literally to do nothing, to break the system. They don't like Washington. They don't like the government. And the people who vote for them want to break the Democrats. That's all it is. It's not about discussion or fixing. It's about breaking our spirit. That's
Yeah.
all they want to do. They don't believe in the state. So what are you going to do tonight?
You know, that sounds like the way I behave in a relationship.
Yeah. Well, you want to win in a relationship. You keep score?
It's a tie. What am I doing tonight?
Are you alone?
Yeah, my father and his wife are coming over. We're going to eat something. And
Fish? Oh, you don't
No.
eat? You're not, you don't.
no, I'm cooking all manner of vegetable. I actually am I fried green tomatoes, which I'd never done before. I have all these tomatoes that didn't ripen. So I put them.
fried Fanny Flag instead.
I don't get that.
Fried green tomatoes. Fanny Flagg wrote fried green tomatoes.
Oh, okay. All right. I never saw it, never read it.
How do you get the name Fanny?
Fanshawn. It could be short for Fanshawn. We had a relative named Fanshawn.
What if you're a Calipigian and your first name is Fanny? That must be traumatic.
I don't know what Calipigian is.
You don't know what a Calipigian means?
No.
It means it's a person with a protuberant posterior.
Oh, okay.
So, like, what's your name? Kim Kardashian or
Right.
J-Lo
Right.
be considered Calipigian.
All right, I'm writing it down.
As
Important
opposed to
words.
me, I'm a big asshole, but that's a completely different. That's different.
I had an audition this morning for a TV series where it was for the role of a guy who's like basically a hairdresser, a niche hairdresser guy, and very high end. So I once played a hairdresser on High Maintenance, and I did the audition. I intentionally made him pretty butch. He was like a butch Russian guy the way I did it, because I wanted to avoid the cliche of making him kind of queeny.
Right.
So, but I found myself, I decided I'm going to send them 2 takes, one Queenie and one Butch. So we were doing the takes, and then my friend who was doing the readings with me was like, Ethan, you're not really pulling off the Butch thing. Like the writing and the scene, it was so...
Which one is Butch? Just help me out here, not to insult you, but which
No.
one was Butch and which one was Queenie?
So it was just the scene and the character. Somehow it was hard not to lean into the, I guess, cliche
Yeah.
of
Did you get the part?
I submitted it today. I'll be surprised if I got this one, but we'll see.
Every time you mention an audition, you get the role. Everything. It's good luck.
I hope so. This one is a recurring role. I think it's HBO Max. He appears in a couple of episodes. So we'll see.
And when does the Dr. Samuel Benjamin documentary come out? How can we?
That's
watch?
I'm trying to pin the director down to see when there will be a rough cut that we can look at and decide what else we need to do. But it is soon, coming soon, as they say. Yeah.
Everybody should go to Amazon right now and buy. Today is now. I have to use my Amazon
voice. It's okay.
Amazon.
Amazon. The only place you can buy today is on Amazon.
Okay, in the future, I'm going to have to self-publish it or publish it elsewhere. Apparently, there's something called Ingram. Do you know what Ingram is?
No.
Some sort of a book supplier
I
that,
know what an engram is. Isn't that something from Scientology?
I don't know.
Oh, you're pretending you don't know. This is when you get to be an operating Thetan 5.
I'm a Thetan 7, so I'm really not allowed to do these jokes.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, can I send you some literature?
Yes, please. I'm looking for
All right.
something.
What else can I tell you, David?
I want to hear about Loki.
Oh, well,
When did you first get Loki?
my girlfriend at the time met him at Animal Haven on Center Street in Soho, across from the Tombs. And he was a 4-month-old. And we had no specific plans of getting a dog, but she said, go look at Loki. And I looked at Loki and it was love at first sight. So we adopted him in 2007.
What kind of dog is he?
He's a shepherd mix. He's just a great dog. He's been, of that litter, he was the sweetest, most engaged, just very calm, just looked you right in the eye. And they had taught him sit and paw. And we've never expanded his repertoire. Even though he's clearly one of those dogs who had a capacity for like a vocabulary of 1,500 words. We just never, it was not of interest to turn him into a circus performer.
When I walk the streets of New York, I'm taken by puppies and old dogs. Old dogs just going for their walk.
Yeah.
They've seen it all. They're glad to see you, but not too excited. I love old dogs in New York.
Yeah.
They just,
he's in that category. And so I have a photo. The first photo I have of him is when the shelter delivered him to my apartment, which is a 4th floor walk up. So I'm holding him like a baby. He's like a little football and carrying him up the stairs. I have that photo. And now I'm carrying him again. So it's the full circle. So it's one flight of stairs here. He can make it up with a little help, but down I carry him. And so there's a lot of carrying him. He used to be 75 pounds. He's now 68. So it's a nice workout. And that's Loki. I'll share some photos next time. I have some great photos of him over the years.
How many dogs have you had in your life?
When I was a kid, we always had dogs. We had my dad would always find these strays and bring them home. So sometimes we had 3 dogs. We always had at least one. We had about 3 or 4 dogs that were for the long haul, but along the way we had at least a dozen total. And then as an adult, I've had about Loki was my first. That Loki was the one who awakened my latent vegetarianism, and he's been the source of a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. We had, when my kids were young, always had 3 dogs and 4 cats. So, and
oh wow,
there was one dog we had, Cody.
Yeah.
On the streets, literally out of his mind. Literally, we had to put him. I swear to you, we had to put him on Prozac. He was terrified of everyone, and he would jump and bark and never calm down. And then about 8 years into it, his muzzle started getting white, and he stopped jumping. Like when I would come home, he would stop jumping. And I remember telling him, "Pick up your game, or you're going to live on the street again."
Yeah, we hired you. We signed you for your jumping ability.
He was Tigger, and he was. I could see him. Time is a cruel sculptor, as they say.
It is. It's cruel, and we'll let him go, and it's no longer joyful for him. But he's still getting some kicks out of everything. So,
Ethan Hirschenfeld, thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much. And I'll see you. I will. I'll bring him for a hello later. And we'll see you on Thursday.
I hope so. Bye-bye. Thank you. Ethan Hirschenfeld. Bye. Everybody should go right now to Amazon. I know, but you get special dispensation. Go to Amazon and pick up the book, Today Is Now. Howie Klein is coming up. I'm going to play his theme song, even though it says he's from, San Diego, where it doesn't rain. Let me see if I can do this. Howie Klein. Here we go. It's not playing. What's going on? Hang on. Nope. Why are we not? Well, okay. I don't know what's going on. Oh, now it's going to work. 2 hours into the show, we have a tech problem. No, I I can't play the music. Why can't I play the music? Oh, let's start again.
Everybody welcome Howie Klein. We got him right here, he's on the line. Howie Klein. Howie Klein. Got a good idea who might be a winner. He tell you why he's cooking up a vegan dinner. Howie Klein. Howie Klein. He's oh so smart, he got a lot of brains. He lives in San Diego where it never rains. Howie Klein. Howie Klein. What he got to say gonna blow your mind. Put your hands together for Howie Klein. Howie Klein. Howie Klein.
Howie? All right, I'm having technical problems.
Howie Klein.
Why am I... Howie, are you there? Why can't I hear? Okay. Give me a second. Bum, 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 bum. What's going on? Okay. Hey, Dan?
Do you have your shoes?
I don't have, I can't figure out what's going on here. How's your day going?
It's going great. It just got done pouring heavily here in Rochester, so it might be heading your way.
Okay. I thought I had this connected, and apparently I don't. What do you think?
Push the plug in.
Yeah. Why doesn't it work? Dead air. That's what it is.
Everything is good.
Yeah, let's play some more music from Professor Mike Steinel. Well,
I have a quiz prepared if we run into big trouble.
Oh, I think we're gonna need it.
We'll see.
Okay. When we come back, hopefully, Howie Klein will be with us. I'm having some issues. Here's some more music from Professor Mike Steinel.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light.
All right, we're back. Howie Klein is here. Dan, can you hear? Howie, can you say hello? Because we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Howie,
Say hello? Yeah, hello, hello, hello.
how does that sound, Dan?
We can hear Howie. He's a little low, but we can hear him.
Hello, hello.
He's a little low. All right. Joining us is Howie Klein. He is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, and he writes Down with Tyranny. Welcome, sir. If you could talk louder, because we're doing this really old school today.
All right, is this loud enough?
Dan, is that loud enough?
Yep, that's great.
That's good. If you could, yeah, if you could just talk at that volume. We have to have some candidates on the show.
Yes, you're supposed to call me every
I know.
week for the last month.
I've been so, yes. Who are some of the candidates we should be paying attention to?
Are you talking about the ones that we should bring on, or that we should be paying attention to?
Both.
I mean, and are you talking about House or Senate, or both?
Let's start with the House, because they don't get enough credit. Attention.
Okay. So, unfortunately, a lot of the good candidates got wiped out by AIPAC and the crypto billionaire. So we don't have that many great candidates right now. The one that I thought would be good to bring on right away would be Derek Marshall, who's running in San Bernardino County here in California. And he's a really good candidate. He was a Bernie field organizer in Nevada, and he's running against a Trump kind of guy. They're all Trump kind of guys named Jay Obernolte.
Okay.
And he's real good. He's real smart, very sharp guy, and I think he would make an interesting guest. And I don't think we've ever had him on, or have we?
I don't think so. No.
No, I don't think so either. Derek. So Derek would be good. I don't know if we could get her to do it or not. She's really focused so much on the district that it's hard. It would be hard, but not impossible. And if you want me to, I'll try with Jamie McLeod Skinner, who is in Oregon in a new district. In the primary, she beat arguably the worst, one of the worst Democrats in the House, Kurt Schrader. And now she's the Democratic candidate. So she's a solid progressive. He was a blue dog who voted against the raising the minimum wage. He was the only member of the House who was still in the House who had voted against raising the minimum wage. He also threatened to tank every piece of legislation that ever tried to include lowering the cost of prescription drugs. So anyway, Jamie beat him. Now she's up against some crazy Trumpist.
Yeah.
So she would be an interesting candidate. Christine Olivo in South Florida would be. I think we get her to come on. And then there's a guy up in northern New York State called Stephen Holden, and Stephen is running against Claudia Tenney. Basically what you say about Claudia Tenney is she was Marjorie Taylor Greene before anyone knew about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
All right.
And there are a few others. Chris DeLuzio in the district that Conor Lamb is leaving, west of Pittsburgh. He's a good candidate also. There are a few others. None of them are, household names. Like I said, a lot of the big candidates who would have been, great to get on were beaten by AIPAC and the crypto billionaire. another one that's very good is Summer Lee in Pittsburgh itself. She's very good.
Right. Okay.
Then there are some incumbents who might be good to get on. I don't know for sure if we can get them, but I think we can get some of them.
Marcy Cap. I've had Marcy Captor on. Is she going to lose? Is she going to lose?
She'd be good. She's not a real progressive, but she's running against probably the worst of the Republicans. So she would be an interesting guest. Blue America doesn't endorse her because of her policies, but she's not terrible.
Right.
For an anti-choice Democrat. And let's see, you knocked someone right out of my head just now that I was about to say. But I was going to say Matt Cartwright is very good. So he's in a Trump district. Trump won the district by about 4 points, and Matt on the same day, Matt won the district by close to 4 points. So it's an interesting dichotomy that people were going in and voting for Trump and then turning around and voting for Matt. And Matt's not some Republican light Democrat. He's a full-blown progressive with an A ranking from Progressive Punch. And he's an old friend, and if he has time, he would do it. I'd have to ask him. We have to, be sure that we want him on the day we want him, because we're not going to get a second go at it.
Right. Let's talk about two stories that I'm not keeping up to date on. One is Tom Barak. His trial starts, and you write
today.
Yeah, and
today was jury selection day, first day of jury selection.
And he's accused of violating FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act.
He's accused of a bunch of things, lying to the FBI, also obstruction of justice. He never filed as a foreign agent, but he was working for the United Arab Emirates. But that doesn't even begin to tell what this guy was doing in his opportunities to influence the Trump. He's a crook. He was I'm sure you've heard about the Trump inauguration committee. That was a way of people bribing Trump, because it's not regulated the way other things are by the FEC, other organizations that where you can donate. So people were donating tremendous amounts of money, unregulated money, to Trump. It was a pure bribery scheme, and then the money was going is still unaccounted for. So a lot of it was going into Trump's pockets. They say also into Barak's pockets. It was the height of Trump era corruption, and they brought in over $100 million.
And he was in charge of it.
He was the chairman of it, and and he brought all his cronies in to help him run it. It was, like I said, it was just another example of his corruption. His whole life has been based on corruption. When he was, when he was just a young guy, just out of college, he worked for Nixon's, personal attorney, Kalmbach, I think is how you say his name.
Right.
And he worked for that firm. And here's a guy in his 20s, and they send him to live in Saudi Arabia with the idea of, currying favor over there. He got involved with all, the Saudi princes. He was a squash partner for a Saudi prince. And since that time, in his 20s, he has been an American who has been like a fixer and a go-to person for anyone who wants to do corrupt business in the Arab world, in basically in the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia.
Would he be on trial if he weren't Donald Trump's best friend?
No, he wouldn't be. He'd be in prison. He wouldn't be on trial. He'd be in jail. Trial would have happened long ago.
Okay. Let's talk about Ron DeSantis. Is it,
or as they say in Florida, Ron DeSantis?
Okay. Is it just cruelty? Is it, you write that he's trying to out-cruel Trump.
That's right.
There's no policy behind this? Does he have is there anything legitimate?
What would the policy be of him taking Florida taxpayer money and hiring some coyote and tricking Venezuelan refugees. We're not talking about illegal immigrants, we're talking about refugees, lying to them, cheating them into getting on airplanes and flying them from Texas to Massachusetts. What's the policy involved there? That he's going to do something about Texas? I don't get it. I mean, if they were in Florida, I could see, not that I would agree with him, but I could see why he would do this kind of thing. But he's not even doing it in Florida. There are 200,000 Venezuelans living in Florida. He made a big mistake. I mean, he's definitely going to lose some votes in his own state because of what he just did. And not even just Venezuelans. There are a lot of Latinos down in, or Hispanics down in Florida who don't like this. They don't like what he's doing. There was no reason to use these, very distressed human beings as political pawns. And remember, David, these are people, whether you agree or not about the Maduro government in Venezuela, these are people who were fleeing from a government that the Republicans never stopped talking about how bad the government is, and it's a dictatorship, and saying such horrible things about it. Here these people are coming not to sneak into the country, to apply as for refugee status, and he scoops them up, tells them that they're going to give them preferential treatment for jobs. If they get on this plane, you'll get 8 weeks worth of cash. You'll get food. You will get you Social Security cards. All this stuff is all lies. Lures them onto the plane, and then dumps them off on a small, wealthy island off the coast of Massachusetts, Martha's Vineyard, where there's no reason for them to be there. None.
Right.
So what policy did you have in mind that you...
I don't know. I haven't been following it that closely because it's so sad. And the only video I've seen is the Martha's Vineyard incident where they're hugging these people and they're shipping them to a military base and they seem happy. And with cursory attention, I begin to think maybe DeSantis is not doing this for the cruelty, but to draw attention to the situation.
What's the situation of Venezuelan refugees trying to get into the country through Texas? I don't know. He's supposedly running for governor, but he seems to be running for president in 2024 already, just skipping the governor part.
Right. He's beating Charlie Crist, correct?
He is. I mean, Charlie Crist is trying to, Charlie Crist, from what I'm hearing, I don't know if I told you this last week, I'm hearing from very good sources that he's just given up. He doesn't even think he's got a chance even to come within 10 points of DeSantis. And he's just running against Rick Scott in 2024. And he's just, trying to build up everything he can build up so that he can make a credible campaign against Rick Scott.
And when does DeSantis declare he's going to run for president? And what's that going to be like, him going up against Trump?
I don't know if he'll run against Trump. I think he's kind of hoping that Trump doesn't run, and then the day that Trump says he's not running, you'll see them all lining up in front of microphones saying they're going to run. There's a dozen of them.
If he says he's not running,
Trump,
he's cooked. Once he's no longer a candidate for president, then there's no trouble locking him up.
I don't know about that, but I think, and I've said this right from the beginning, that all of this threats about locking him up is not really a threat about locking him up. It's just to get him to agree to not run. And then they'll just, they're never going to put him in jail. That's just not going to happen. Nobody wants to see an American, I do, of course, and you do, but basically no one in the establishment wants to see an American president put in jail, let alone shot between the eyes by a firing squad.
Right.
So, I think they're just trying to make a deal with him not to run. what's awful about that is that we're going to wind up, if that happens with DeSantis running, and you can easily make a case that DeSantis is worse than Trump.
But I don't see a cult forming around him, a dangerous cult. Am I wrong?
Well, I don't think you're wrong, but I think that that's part of what DeSantis was doing with shipping those Venezuelan refugees, up to the north to where Obama lives. The idea being that he's trying to show the MAGA crowd that he could be as cruel and hideous as Trump is. But you're right; they don't have the same cult. He doesn't have a personality at all, and but that isn't the only danger that Trump poses. Remember, Trump is a danger to democracy itself, not just because of his personality. And he was just incapable of carrying out the things he wanted to do. I read a very interesting story today by the guy who was the Assistant Attorney General under George H.W. Bush until 1990. When he left the post, Barr came in. So he knows Barr, and he's a very well credentialed Republican.
Is this Bruce Fine?
Sorry?
Is his name Bruce Fine?
No. I wish I could remember his name, but I can't remember. But it's not Bruce Fine. In any case, he knows Barr very well. He's a well-known Republican from the establishment wing, and he said that the reason that Barr is making all this trouble for Trump right now, he's on Fox News denouncing him and stuff, is because Barr has an agenda, which is to have an authoritarian presidency without checks and balances. That's something that he's wanted for his whole life, or his whole career, and he feels that Trump's not the one who can accomplish that. Presumably, he thinks it's DeSantis who can accomplish that, or I don't know, or Ted Cruz, or whichever of those junior fascists he thinks is the one, and that's why he wants to get rid of Trump. I think DeSantis can be very, 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 very dangerous. And I'm not saying that he's better or worse than Trump, but I'm just saying you can make a case that he's worse than Trump, because Trump couldn't get anything done the first time around, whereas DeSantis can. The thing with Trump also, though, is that now he is probably capable of doing much worse than he did in the first term. I think he probably learned some lessons from the first term. He's certainly not going to have people who are putting the brakes on him during the first term, like Jared Kushner, for example. He's not going to have anyone like that around. So it'll be Trump unbound if he gets back in.
With McConnell as his archenemy.
I don't think if Trump gets in, McConnell will last 3 minutes. Trump wants him out. They're putting up Rick Scott to run against McConnell. Fortunately, what Trump doesn't understand is that no one likes Rick Scott.
He's an idiot.
Well, easy to say he's an idiot, but he was elected governor twice and senator once, and started from really nowhere and wound up as I don't know if he's a billionaire, but he's a multi-millionaire many times over.
Committing Medicare fraud.
Yes, he was very successful, and in fact, he was the most successful of anybody who's ever tried to cheat Medicare. And that takes some brains. I don't
Does
know.
it?
I mean, if he's an idiot.
Does it? I always think that's...
He got away with it. He got away with stealing tens of millions of dollars from the U.S. government.
But he had to pay it back.
He could do that?
He had to pay back like $1 billion. Was it like the highest?
No, he didn't have to pay back anything.
The company did.
The company did, but he had already left the company with a gigantic severance package.
Right.
No, he can't. I mean, you can say a lot of things about Rick Scott, and I encourage you to, but idiot is probably not the best descriptor.
Do you think I think people can succeed if they're stupid and willing to take shortcuts. If you're immoral, you can make your fortune if you have no scruples. That doesn't mean you're brilliant.
Well, there's a lot of space between idiot and brilliant, and he certainly is immoral. That's for sure. And shortcuts isn't the word for it. But he plots things out. He's just been very successful.
Not running the Republican Senate committee. Hasn't that?
Right.
Hasn't
I mean, that will have to be judged November, right, the first Wednesday of November. But I don't think he's successful with that either, but we have to see.
Okay. Let's talk about the yeshivas. I'm very critical of organized religion, and it's important that I go after my group when they misbehave.
Are you Orthodox? Are you Hasidic?
Yes, I am.
Well, when you came to LA last time, I didn't see any of those dreadlocks or those funny dresses.
Oh, they're invisible now, but we hypnotize you into not seeing it. I talked about the yeshivas raising ignorant kids. New studies are out that the yeshivas are taking money from New York State and not educating.
Like billions of dollars, billions with a B. They're taking illegally taking, or I shouldn't say they're illegally taking. The New York State is illegally giving them billions of dollars to raise morons who can't read or write, who can't live a life in a modern society. They're being taught how to live a life in Lithuania in 1600. I mean, I'm saying the truth. I'm not trying to be a comedian.
Yeah. And so we talked about that last week. Talk to me about the Supreme Court ruling. You write about it over Down with Tyranny. They had an LGBTQ group at a yeshiva that had been banned. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. And
kind of. The New York court, first of all, we're not talking about Hasidics here. We're talking about Orthodox. So
modern Orthodox.
Supposedly not as bad. So the Yeshiva University in New York is run by the modern Orthodox faction. Anyway, so they were taken to court by a gay group at the school that they were being discriminated against. They weren't being treated like every other club, and the New York court ruled in their favor. Yeshiva then appealed it to the U.S. Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court told them to go pound sand. So now they are trying to come up with another way to approach this. So what they've done is is gotten rid of all clubs. So in other words, rather than accept the gay club, they say no clubs until after they've appealed this again in New York State. Right. And these people have a lot of clout because you just have to convince a very, very few old rabbis to be on your side, and then they tell their congregations or their movements who to vote for, and that's it. You don't have to convince all these people. There are 50,000 Hasidics. We go back to Hasidics, and there's just a few rabbis tell them who to vote for, and they vote that way. I mean, I've looked at the block by block, election district by election district vote totals from last year in 2016. It's just shocking. I mean, you go. I mean, Brooklyn was definitely Biden territory. He won in a landslide. But you go into these Hasidic neighborhoods and you look at their election districts, and you'll see 400 votes for Trump, 2 votes for Biden.
Right.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Well, let's talk about Ohio. Did you watch any of the Youngstown, Ohio rally?
Not really, but I thought you were going to bring up Devo. I got all excited.
Oh, they're from Ohio.
They're from Akron, Ohio, yes. And I wrote about them recently as part of my my memoir. I'm trying to introduce the idea that nobody remembers anything the way everybody else does. And anyway, so I had taken Devo to some. I thought I took Devo to some really a crazy sex club called Mr. B's Ballroom, and then they went home and wrote a song called Mr. B's Ballroom, which is on their 3rd album.
Wow.
But another person who I thought was with us at the time said, no, you and I went, and then we went over to Devo's place and we told them about it. They were never in the club. So I wrote about this thing saying, this is what happens, and as years go on, you don't remember, and people remember things different ways, and I'm not sure if my way is right or his way is right, And then this morning I spoke with Mark Mothersbaugh, the guy in Devo who wrote the song, you know, great talent, who is one of the best, soundtrack composers in the country. And I spoke to Mark for a great length, and he said, no. He said, you came over to my house, you told me the story, and I wrote the song right after you told me the story. So he remembered it the way he remembered it. But he also told me everybody in the band remembers everything differently anyway.
Right.
So, you know, and in that same story, I have all these pictures of me and Dolly Parton around my house. And people always ask about it. How do you know Dolly Parton? And I tell the story about how I wrote a cover story about her for The Advocate. And there's a whole shtick around it, and I go into it. It's too long to talk about now, but I did write about it. But the thing is when I went to post this thing, I decided to go find The Advocate. So I would post a picture of me and Dolly, plus the cover story. And sure enough, I find it, but it's not The Advocate. It's another magazine. I've been telling this story for over 40 years. I had it wrong.
Great. And we could read that over at Down with Tyranny.
You can.
Yes. Before you go.
Can I say one thing before I go?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about Ohio, but go ahead.
Okay. So I got a letter of an email a little while ago from Facebook saying, we're throwing you off Facebook if you don't, respond to this immediately. We're closing your pages down. So I go to Facebook to try to find someone to talk to. I wasted an hour trying to find someone to talk to. I finally find someone, and they say, well, you have to pay $1 to get our feedback.
Really?
Yeah. Why the hell don't these people get, like, the Congress keeps saying they're going to break them up. I don't see anything happening. They're just saying that to make everybody happy, and they don't do anything.
Is it because of the content you're saying things?
I don't know. They yes, it's about content, but they don't tell me which blog it is. And it sounded fishy. They said it was, I posted something that's owned by Universal Publishing in Portland, Maine, and I don't think there is such a thing. And they're not telling me what they're angry about and what they took down. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm usually very careful about not posting anything unless it's public stuff like on YouTube or something.
Right.
So I don't know what they're crying about. Anyway, the point, though, that I'm making is that you can't get any kind of help from Facebook. They're just so useless.
Right. Before you go, Ohio. Trump is all in on Ohio. And I read a piece, I think it was in the Washington Post, that he's done pretty well with his endorsements. But is he picking winners?
But remember, he mostly endorses people that don't have competition. He in Ohio, he endorsed J.D. Vance, and he pulled J.D. Vance wouldn't have won without Trump. So that one Trump did fine. But generally speaking, most of his, when they come up with these numbers, 97% of his endorsees win. Most of them, by far, are incumbents who are going to win anyway. They don't need his endorsement. So be careful when you hear them saying that kind of thing. But yes, he did very well in Ohio and in Pennsylvania, where his candidates probably wouldn't have won without his endorsement. Arizona as well. But now the Republicans are stuck in a sticky situation where those candidates who are good for the primaries are not good general election candidates, and they haven't been able to pivot to an audience where those are swing states with swing. You can't win those states with just Republicans. You can only win those states if you get independents and moderate Republicans and conservative Democrats. You have to put together a coalition, and none of those candidates has been able to do that. Right. So, so we'll see if his endorsement has been a kiss of death, which I think it is a kiss of death for the Republican Party, which is why I think the Democrats are going to win the Senate.
They're going to win the Senate, but
that's what I think. Although probably not Ohio, which is too red of a state. But we'll see. I mean, I haven't given up on it. I'm not a big fan of the Democrat who's running. He's a conservative Democrat and also a kind of a cowardly guy. So I don't think he'd make a good senator. He'd certainly make a better senator than than J.D. Vance.
Right.
But it's not the kind of candidate that I would ask people to pony up money for.
Right. Howie Klein, founder, treasurer, Blue America PAC. Read him every day over at Down with Tyranny. Thank you. Sorry for the screw up today. We're having.
Well, I didn't notice the screw up, but okay.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to get into it. Thank you, Howie.
Talk to you next week.
Thank you. Howie Klein. Some technical problems, but you carry on. That's what you do. You carry on. Is David Cobb here?
Howdy.
Hi. How are you?
I'm mighty fine. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
In the midst of all your technical difficulties.
Could you hear Howie, or was it ridiculous?
I could. I sure could.
Okay.
I was interested to hear about his Devo story. Ever since you told me the backstory that we kind of share around the music scene and especially the punk scene, I always listen to hear if there's going to be any reference like that. And I'll tell you this: I'm going to jump right in and say, Feldo, I did see. I didn't watch the whole, the entire Mein Kampf of the Youngstown rally, but I've seen excerpts of it. And I hope we do talk about that because the open embrace of QAnon and the language that I'm hearing, I mean, this is really frightening stuff, what we're seeing.
Let's get right into it. What I find fascinating as we're on the road to destruction is somebody like you. I should introduce you. You ran for president in the Green Party ticket, and you also managed Ralph Nader's presidential campaign when he was running on the Green Party ticket. And you say that you don't fetishize politics, that they're
elections. I live and breathe politics, but I think electoral politics is just one way to do politics.
And there has been something very silly going on. You watched the Youngstown, Ohio rally. I said earlier in the show that if somebody wrote a script and had a character named Marjorie Taylor Greene who said let me play you what she said. You would get thrown out of Hollywood writing a character who says something like this.
But we know that cheap gas, it won't last, will it? No. You want to know why? Democrats all worship the climate just like AOC. But let me tell you something. We worship God. We worship God.
So if you wrote that in a script, the producer or director would say, "Get the F out of here." No,
thank you for saying that, because I'll see that line in the script and I'll raise you the entire friggin' character. Because if a script writer sent to central casting, we want this person to be in Congress, and they have to say things like this, because that one line, like, Feldo, we could spend the rest of our time together cherry picking completely asinine, insane, idiotic comments that both she and a host of them have made, right? But what it would be almost impossible to imagine a decade ago is somebody like that actually getting elected to the United States Congress. And let's be clear, part of that is because the Republican Party establishment would never have allowed it. And this is part of what has happened is the Fox Newsification and the Trumpification and the emerging fascism that has been unleashed, like literally, it's like a Frankenstein monster that's now turned on the creator, right? Like you know that the actual sane people in the Republican Party know that QAnon is dangerous and is crazy. But now Trump is literally endorsing it. He has been with a very subtle nudge and a wink, but this is now an open embrace, right? Like what we're seeing now in the Republican Party and
What
JD
way has he embraced? What way has he embraced QAnon?
Listen, the references with the thumbs up, the kind of language that he's using.
Those signs are QAnon signs when he was playing the music and talking about
that crazy, weird music and the finger up. Where we go one, we go all. This is
really
like, do a little bit of research. And I'm not trying to be a jerk here, Feldo, but like it's reminding me when I first tried to tell some other folks about the Boogaloo Boys and the Hawaiian shirts that they wear and how dangerous that is. And they were like laughing at me. And I was like, look, I track this. I used to be on a website called Stormfront that got shut down. But the point is, I actually spent some time trying to track what it is that this emerging right is up to. And when you do that level of tracking, when you're watching it, it is very clear from 8chan to 4chan. This is like they call it the day of the rope, right? They have they worship the Turner Diaries. Like, if you really want to get frightened, go to an 8chan site and just start looking. And the reason is because that can't be tracked, right? And so you can actually see, and fascists are organizing one another, right? And they are reaching out to disgruntled, lost folks, from poverty or working class backgrounds who recognize that and they're correct. The world is changing and shifting, and there's not really going to be a place for them. And this is the problem, Feldo. The neoliberals don't understand it, and the neoliberals don't have a place for those folks. So they are ripe and fertile for the picking of the fascists. This is why I'm saying that those of us who do understand that's happening, that we've got to do everything in our power to organize mass movements that can prove that we can meet people's needs, concrete material needs, and that the us and them is not us good white folk versus them, the black and brown or Jewish or however the them is, but really it is a pyramid. And those at the very top are actually getting us to fight against one another, right? Like, that's the real work that needs to happen.
So talk me through the transformation. When you have, there's some people on the internet who I don't pay attention to. Rodrigo, who comes on at the end of the show, has been teaching me about them. They're soft entry points into fascism because they present themselves as leftists the same way Hitler did,
They call it red pilling.
So explain that to me. And how do I get in on this?
Well, sometime maybe I'll let me know when Rodrigo comes on, maybe, and y'all are going to specifically talk about that, and I'll try to arrange my schedule.
What does red pilling mean?
So red pilling it's a reference to the
Matrix, right?
Right. And when you red pill, what you're doing is feeding somebody the truth, but in a palatable sort of way. And for them, they think that fascism is the truth, but they need to feed it to us in a palatable way to begin the consciousness and the realization of the truth as they see it, right? So the point that I'm making, or that's what red pilling means, right? And I'd love to hear from Rodrigo. And somebody says, "Oh, Rodrigo is actually here. Is there a way to?"
He'll come on later. We're good. Okay.
All right. So what I'm saying is that there is a process that folks are going through, and what really frightens me, Feldo, that I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, well, our side is going to win. We'll just outlive these fascists."
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually not true, because if you go and talk to, there's a lot of disaffected young people who are being won over to the fascist ideology, and their level of conviction is quite strong. And because they're young, they actually don't have, once they embrace it, they don't typically have the kind of self-regulation, right? Like people of our generation, right? And like grew up where even if you were an explicit racist or, a fascist, you'd keep your mouth shut because you knew that it was a shameful thing to the rest of society, even if you weren't ashamed of it, right? But now it's like cockroaches who are no longer afraid of the light, right? Like they embrace it honestly and and with vigor. And if you take a look at the red pilling that's going on, they literally will say things like they're educating each other about how forthcoming they can be. They call it full fash or going full fascism. You can't go full fash, right?
They know what they're doing. They know they're fascist, and they think Mussolini and Franco and Hitler. They like these guys.
Most of them do. They think that they and again, like this is, look, I'm going to be.
Where's an example?
Steve fucking Bannon is a fascist, right? Like, and he has an ideological understanding, and he is playing a game in terms of how to characterize and play and appeal to the masses and bringing them along, right? It is an incredible, deceitful, but incredibly effective maneuvering.
Where has fascism worked? Somebody in the chat room wrote Pinochet, the Chicago school killing Allende. If you're a fascist who believes in fusing the military with finance, you would look towards Pinochet as a success story, even though it wasn't a success story, but it was for the richest 1%. Where do you look? You can't point to Hitler and say that worked. Even if you agreed with Hitler, the destruction.
Listen,
who do they use as the?
What they say is that the survival of the nation state, they lift up the ideology. One of the things that I want to remind you, and I've made this point.
Do me a favor, don't read the chat room. I can tell when you're reading the chat.
Oh, you're right. I was. Well, it's interesting. They've got some.
I know, but it's myopic because they're going to take you off. I'll keep an eye on it.
All right, take a look at it because look, I like your fans. I like the folks.
I know, but they're distract. I can tell when they're distracting you.
They were distracting me. You were right. Okay. You caught me. But look, don't confuse logic with the ideology of fascism. So your very question, like we could talk about it, but it doesn't.
Bannon's using logic.
Listen, what Bannon will use logic when he needs to, right? But he's not relying exclusively on logic. That's my point. That like when you say, well, who do they point to? Like, because fascism has always, ended badly, right? Doesn't matter. What they say is, and again, not all of them are going to be a full embrace of fascism. What they'll say is our nation, or like, look at how Marjorie Taylor Greene is embracing Christian nationalism without actually talking about nationalism, right? So there are gradations to what they're doing. But I'm saying if you take a step back from the fabric and look at what the patterns that we're actually seeing, what is in my assessment, what we're seeing is a growing mass movement of people that believe in the characteristics of fascism, which is the hypernationalism, the fusion of the corporate state with the military, the us versus them. Remember that fascism at its core is always an ethno-nationalism. In this country, it's white supremacy. but Bolsonaro is Brazilian. Modi is Indian. Like I could in South Africa, like there are fascists emerging all across the
But they
world.
still persecute black people in Brazil and
In Brazil they do, but like again, fascism will rise in multiple places, and what they will do is always otherize, right? And you know, look, you're Jewish, so what you understand is Jews are always part of the othering, right? And so that's why anti-Semitism historically and traditionally is part of you know, the target of fascist hate. But again, what I think is important to understand is that fascism is a social, political, economic system. And in order to implement it, it ultimately will require a mass base to be able to succeed. Otherwise, you might have a dictator or a totalitarian state.
Don't you need a dictator? It seems to me that the internet, you can scoop up everybody, but in terms of cohesion, you do need somebody like a Donald Trump.
There's almost all, yes, there is, and look, but the thing is, it doesn't have to, it'll be like a Donald Trump, because I'll tell you, DeSantis is going to fit the bill just perfectly, right? Josh Hawley could step right in. I mean, he's not as charismatic, but yes, there are typically authoritarian rulers. But what I'm saying is, and like, if you have just an authoritarian ruler without the mass base, then you just have a dictatorship, right?
Right.
Fascism requires a mass movement of people who basically agree with that ideology. So
let me ask you, so there's some questions from the chat that are pretty brilliant. So let me pour through them. Joe, I believe in Scranton, says, with the decline of Marxist critique of capitalism, ethno-religious explanations are rising.
Well, Joe, I agree with you. It's part of the reason, and I see Dr. Fraud is with us. Howdy, Dr. Fraud. I know Feldo will give you a proper introduction in a couple of minutes, but I just want to acknowledge that I see you here. And because you came at a good time, because Joe just said, with the decline of Marxist critique of capitalism, ethno-religious explanations are rising. I think Joe is 100% correct, because what a Marxist critique of capitalism, if you understand it, remember, Marx was simply saying, I'm trying to describe capitalism. How to solve it is, you know, like there are different ways. Like he did not prescribe, this is the path forward. A lot of what are called orthodox Marxists, I think, are just wrong. What Marx gives us is dialectic materialism, a lens by which to see the world. And because there has been a decline in understanding about, at its core, what capitalism is, like that lens helps me understand the world, just like having a lens around heteropatriarchy, settler colonialism. Like once you see the power over extractive nature of social, political, economic systems, then everything I see actually makes sense. But I actually will say this, if you don't understand white supremacy, then most of American history will confuse you, because we're taught a certain story, right? But it's actually not true. But it's enough true that it becomes confusing and you don't know what to do, which is why Joe's point about ethno-religious explanations of how the world orients, actually, because they have an answer for you. Just like fascists have an answer for you. Rush Limbaugh had an answer for you. Marxists have an answer for you.
But that answer, as Joe points out, is not being heard. It can't be heard. Lynn writes, and I agree with her, she says that she's scared for Lula and what Bolsonaro's militia will do after Lula wins on October 2nd. Lula's leading in the polls.
Yep.
Bolsonaro is already calling it election fraud, that you can't trust the polls. They do have a Supreme Court that sort of helped Lula get out, but might makes right. in the end, right?
Well, no, it doesn't. Let's just be clear about that. You're quoting Thrasymachus from Plato's Republic, and like this idea that might makes right was actually destroyed in the Platonic dialogues, right?
Really?
So just
I didn't know that. Oh, that's great. What's his name?
Thrasymachus is the character in Plato's Republic who makes the claim that might makes right. Socrates, but Plato is writing Socrates' character, who is Socrates was Plato's teacher, basically destroys the argument and says, look, might be able to assert itself over others, but virtue is virtue, and correctness and principles actually, can't, like, just because you suppress truth doesn't make truth not true anymore, right? So
also, I really think we have to respect that Marxism is making a comeback as the empire falls, and that for the first time in 50 years, Marxism is out as part of the discourse, which had been repressed for since the 1950s. So there are changes in awareness. So people are more aware now, not fully aware, it's not part of our press or our educational system, but more aware than they were for the last 50 years.
So I have a hard out in 5 minutes, and I'm sorry that I do, but I just dropped into the chat. I just got an announcement. I'm on the Left Forum email list, and I hope others are as well. But Professor Richard Wolff is offering a short 4-week seminar called Understanding Socialism. I just dropped it into the chat. I'm going to beg you, Feldo, please circulate that. You've got a following. If you think that what you hear from Dr. Fraud and I sort of, on the fly as we try to do some of this, oh shoot, somebody just told me I shared the wrong link. I'm going to find the right link and share it. But the thing is that Understanding Socialism with Richard Wolff starts October 3rd. It's about 2 hours, 4-week session on understanding socialism. I really genuinely believe that this, like, we're in a moment, right? Fascism is rising because of the conjuncture that we're in. We're in interstitial space. Whether I like it or not, whether you, Feldo, like it or not, or whether Bannon likes it or not, the world is being restructured because of the political economy, right? It's changing from an old industrial base to a new digital age, and you don't need labor the way you used to. That like this is part of what is happening. So it can either break, just like all conjunctures can break a number of ways, but it's not going to continue the way it was. Fascism might be one of the answers. Socialism might be one of the answers. We're in a battle to try to educate as many people as we can about what socialism can do for them, how socialism is the path forward for genuine democracy, for ecological sustainability and liberty, right? And it's not, I'm not saying, like, me, I will fight for reforms that will make people's lives better, but I'm not merely a reformist. I am a revolutionary. I believe that we can win a new society. And as I often say, I'm not fighting to save this dying system. I'm fighting to create an entirely new system. And I do think that like Richard Wolff is probably the most respected Marxist economist.
How do we sign up for it? How do you do this? How do we sign up?
Dr. Fraud, do you, because I thought I dropped the link and I thought it was there on the Left Forum. Do you have that?
I don't have it in my mind. They can go on Left Forum 2022 and find it in a nanosecond.
So Left Forum 2022, Richard Wolff, I know that he's doing it on October 3rd is when it starts. It's a 4-week seminar. I got 2 minutes left. So what I also want to do is tease this. I'm not an electoral fetishist, but I do engage in elections. I am in the early stages of trying to bring together a group of folks to imagine a statewide ballot initiative to change our voting system in California to proportional representation, not just ranked choice voting, but proportional representation, right? It is in terms of elections, it's probably the most non-reformist of the reforms that you can make. And just like it took us about 4 or 5 years for public banking, Feldo, I want the permission from you to bring somebody on, maybe not next week, but I want to use your show to start. I want you to be off Broadway. I want to bring on some people for proportional representation to start playing with it, to get the talking points down, because you're a friendly media source. Because when we go to unfriendly media territory, I want them to be tight.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Excellent. David
Also,
Cobb, how do
Richard
people...
Wolff wrote a book, Understanding Socialism, which is a very clear, easy book to read.
Great.
I got to go, y'all. Great to see you, Rod.
Thank
See
you,
next
David
week.
Cobb. We'll see you next week. Are we still there?
I am.
Good. Okay. We're having technical problems as usual. Dr. Harriet Fraad joins us. She is the host of It's Not Just in Your Head. It is a podcast. Two mental health professionals explore how capitalist economic system impacts our emotional lives, from precarious housing and employment to unaffordable health care to endless debt. It's not just in your head. I love that. And who do you host that with?
I host it with Liam Tate and Ikoi Hiro. The three of us do that together.
It's so basic, and we forget to breathe, we forget to drink water, and we forget that our anxiety, our depression is caused from precarious housing, precarious employment, unaffordable health care, endless debt.
And precarious relationships, and the fact that our empire is crumbling and the old values, work hard and you can get ahead, are dead.
I want to talk to you about the Queen in a second, but at the top of this show, I talked about this story that the New York Times put out about Russian trolls creating division within the Women's March. In 2017, 4 million women showed up around the country to protest Donald Trump. They called it Pussy Power. There were basically 4 women who organized it, one of whom was Linda Sarsour, a Palestinian American, devout Muslim. She wears the hijab. And there quickly became division among the ranks. Within a month, Linda Sarsour was no longer a part of the movement. It turns out, according to the New York Times, that Russian troll farms purposely divided the women's movement on behalf of Trump. They found a fissure that exists between Jewish women who are part of the progressive movement and Palestinians who are also part of the progressive movement, and then women who think that Israel is an apartheid state. And suddenly it no longer was a movement about women, it was an issue about Israel. And a lot of Jewish women were upset, and Linda Sarsour took the brunt of it. She was Bernie's favorite, or one of Bernie Sanders' favorites. In the past 5 years, she's lost all her speaking gigs. She's persona non grata. She's a victim of trolls. And it, according to the New York Times, this is the work of Putin. Now, we've discounted, most of the people who come on the show tell me that Russiagate, they poo-poo Russiagate. They say Vladimir Putin had very little effect on Hillary losing. How much credence do you give this story in the New York Times that the fissure?
I give it credence because I know that the FBI and CIA basically tore out class from the women's movement with CIA agents like Gloria Steinem.
Right.
And as a feminist leader of the time, we were all so naive. We looked at, wow, Ms. Magazine, no ads. We didn't think, who's paying? You know, and we were we were invaded by the CIA and the FBI in the Great Wurlitzer operation of those two, and the Black movement that had been civil rights became Black Power against Whitey. And that way they tore class from the agenda. And of course, they can use the racial, sexual, cultural, ethnic divides, and we have to be aware of that. And
So let's refresh everybody's memory. Let's refresh everybody's memory. Gloria Steinem published Ms. Magazine. You're one of the founding mothers of women's liberation. Gloria Steinem was a CIA
paid agent, absolutely.
Openly, if you Google Gloria Steinem, CIA, she's very proud of this.
Well, it's all out there on the internet, not in the newspapers, but it's all out there.
She has nothing to hide. She says,
no, she has nothing to hide. And people, it's not on television, it's just on the internet if you're curious. And in 1969, Ramparts magazine had an expose that included Steinem, because her job then for the CIA was going to international student events that had people from all over the world and spotting who was interested in socialist or communist regimes and reporting them to the FBI and the CIA. So that she was active since the early 60s. And we were so naive, we didn't look at where the money was coming from. And what she did was make the women's liberation a gender-only movement, completely obscuring the fact that even something like abortion is very different if you can afford to go to Sweden and get an abortion, or go to a well-paid abortionist in New York City, or if you can't. And her basic shtick was, we're all in the same boat, even though, as once when Steinem was talking, the woman from the welfare rights, the head of the welfare rights organization, I forget her name, but she was very powerful at the time, the National Welfare Rights Organization, Hillary was saying, not Hillary, same thing, but Gloria Steinem was saying, we're all in the same boat. She said, no, you're riding the boat. We're underneath in the slave quarters. We're not in the same boat. You're getting in the lifeboat. We can't afford the fare. No. But that was the dominant message. And it exacted class from the women's movement and made it much more of an academic and upper class and educated middle class women's movement, and took out the working class women who's
how can I have
class.
The how can I have the Heidi Chronicles? Can you have it both, a career and a family? And I have to make a choice between a career and a family, where most women don't have a choice. They have a family. Exactly. And they need a career, and it's a point of privilege to, what should I do? So the division, let's go back to what happened in 2017. Linda Sarsour, who is no longer part of this organization, what should the women have done? Because I remember I shouldn't say this, but I remember there were some women holding up flags of Israel at the march, and that was triggering for the masses. And I remember saying, I understand you need to wave a flag of Israel, but you're in America now, and we're trying to build a large coalition here, and this is going to push certain people away. Let's focus on women's issues. There's a time and a place to talk about Israel and
Palestine. Well, I think the organizers should not have allowed ethnic flags or ethnic symbols, because nothing divisive should come between women upset that a pussy-grabbing rapist is running for president, and our president. And I think that should be policy. That those things can be talked about, they can be debated, but our presence is a presence of women, not divided women against each other.
We're selling Big Macs here. This is where that's how I think the movement has to think. We're selling you a Big Mac. If you're in the mood for ribs, I love ribs, but I'm not selling Big Macs here. I'm selling the right for an abortion, the right for the police to test the rape
for
kits.
for everyone.
Right.
And that, because those divisions existed in our racist and sexist society, they were and could be exploited. And the leadership has to be aware that that's coming and not allow it to happen, because it's happened before. And we can't let them exploit the divisions between us. So I don't think any kind of national or ethnic flag should have been allowed in the parade. We are women. You want to display a picture of your uterus, go for it, but not, no divisive symbols. And, in the naivete of the leaders, they weren't aware of our history of being divided against each other. And so they let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way religious freedom has been sold to Americans. Right. These are sweet people. They're just innocent. They just want to be identified by who they believe in for their God. Why can't you respect that? It's divisive, but it shouldn't be. But it shouldn't be. Well, it is. Grow up.
Because that's where we live.
Right.
You live with those tensions. That's why you want to have your flag, because you're aware that there's divisions and tensions and you're pushing your side. That doesn't work here.
So it gets down to, and I say this all the time, the Republicans march in lockstep because they want one thing: money and power, and to hurt people.
Yes, and they want white supremacy and the elevation of white males above everyone else.
Where are their fissures? Where
Well, the white working class never benefited all that much and ought to speak up. And they don't. There are class divisions within that movement. Those patriot boys are working class guys. A lot of the people who join the army join because they can't find another job and they're unskilled. And those class, Trump united the classes on white supremacy. And he had the thugs and the Christians and the Brahmins at the top who thought, okay, we don't respect these people, but let them do the dirty work. And there are now divisions that the Brahmins don't want the people who come in and shit on the floor of the White House, like the January 6th people. So
right.
The divisions, and also young Christians are leaving in droves because they're not up for this. But, they had a coalition, the Brahmins and the brown shirts.
Right.
Now it's falling apart because they went a little too far and offended the Brahmins.
Right. We have to teach young people that when somebody says they believe in law and order, they mean they believe in muscle. They believe in thuggery.
They believe in an objective law. They believe in wielding the forces of the law, the cops, against you lawlessly.
Right. Which they do. So let's talk about the funeral.
Yeah.
The Queen died, I believe, on the 8th. They've finally put this poor woman to rest.
Not poor.
Well, yeah, but I have a soft spot. I know the monarchy has to be abolished. I get that. It trains people how to behave, how to dress, and manners. And manners are a form of control. Like you don't scream at Prince Andrew and call him a sick old man during the funeral procession. Otherwise, the police are going to wrestle you to the ground. He didn't get arrested.
Well, they arrested one person just for screaming, he's disgusting.
Right. I mean, when you watch the pageantry and everybody literally marching in lockstep, and you think, well, that's kind of beautiful and fascistic at the same time, it's all control. It's everybody giving up their own identity for something bigger, Her Majesty, being selfless. It's all priming the fascist pump. That's her
And
job.
it's also worshiping a hierarchical, controlling, stagnant hierarchy, which is the opposite of work hard and you'll get a reward. It's getting people to feel that wealth in and of itself is so noble, so that these people who control $28 billion of wealth while the national health system is crumbling and could use that 28 billion, these people are to be adulated because they're so rich. Charles, who's quite a sketchy character, inherited 500 million from mommy. No inheritance tax on Charles. The other Brits have to pay 40% starting at 330 something thousand, much less than Americans who now started 12 million, but whatever. And this is a sketchy, rotten bunch. Andrew raped children, and the Queen gave him $2.7 million to help him out with his $16 million payment to shut Virginia Giuffre up so that his case never went to trial. Charles, who's King Charles III now, is something out of a Shakespeare play. I mean, he marries Lady Di as a breeder to get heirs while he's still carrying on with Camilla Parker Bowles. And the woman and Lady Di becomes anorexic and depressed and goes to a therapist and then speaks out about her oppression of having to pretend she's happy when her husband's fucking around with someone else and she was only brought on as a breeder. Then so she's dead. Well, she leaves Charles and the pretense and she dies and nobody's ever found out who killed her. And she dies when she's going out with an Arab, heaven forbid, and the royalty is miffed, as well as her exposing the sickness of their lives. And the man she was going out with, who was the Arab who they disapproved of, even though his father, Dodi al-Fayed, his father owned Harrods department store, which was the royal department store recommended as Britain's department store until he put out a reward to find out who killed his son with Lady Di. But nobody ever found out who killed them. It's so Shakespearean. So he's got some blood perhaps on his hands. Plus he treated that young woman disgustingly. And everybody knows it. He just inherited 500 million and the family owns 28 billion. But they are adored and adulated because they're so rich. And Americans are even worse than the British. The British demonstrated and got arrested. The Americans are even worse. The worship of a hierarchy which nobody deserves. No one worked for this. They're a bunch of idiots often, and lowlifes. But that worship of hierarchy and obedience, knowing the lines of dominance and submission and submitting willingly, that's what this represents. We fought a revolution over this stuff. They killed 70,000 Americans in the revolution. They killed more than 20 million Indians in India to keep them under control. And even in a little country like Kenya, they killed 1.5 million people. These are disgusting. And we are supposed to show reverence for this hierarchical system from which we freed ourselves in our revolution. It's bizarre. And it's an outrage. So, watching the pageantry and the adulation of wealth because it is wealth. And why should it be taxed? Its great attribute to our society is the wealth itself. So why bother? Just like Trump bragging he never paid taxes. And instead of being held accountable by his followers who are paying taxes, he's thought of as a hero because the accumulation of wealth itself is worthy of worship. We have to watch out for that hierarchy. The opposite of work hard and you will be rewarded. It's really quite bizarre.
That was amazing. Watching the curtsies, it reminds me, not to be rude, but of the bowing and the curtsying reminds me of dogs. Dogs. We always had 3 dogs, and the dogs it was very important for them to know where they stood in the hierarchy, and they couldn't wait to show obedience, to roll over on their back and say, I'm not an alpha, I'm a beta, don't hurt me, look, I'm submissive. And watching the curtsying and the bowing, it's indoctrinating. It's reminding you that you're a dog, that
That's
we're
right.
all.
That you bow to wealth and power, no matter how it's acquired and how undeserved its recipients are.
Now, the flip side is I like to think nobody wants to be the King of England, that nobody wants to be born into that family, that it's not even a gilded cage. They just run through that family until more kids are born, and then you're no longer a working royal and you're cast to the curb. And what they did to Margaret, there are only so many royal.
They get a huge allowance.
Yeah, but what do you do with your life? I'm not. It's tragic what they do to this family.
It's true. That's why Meghan Markle was suicidal and had to leave. And Harry went with her because he saw what his mother went through. And that's why Diana had to leave, because it's a shadow existence. You can't do anything spontaneous and you're useless.
It's like working as Goofy in a theme park. Like it's a Disney World and you have to dress up in these ridiculous costumes and touch everybody and get pushed and photographed. I was watching some clips of the funeral today and all these prime ministers, and I'm thinking, to get on a plane, to fly in, and like I got so many better things not to do than sit through the crap. I rather, watch a movie, read a book, than have to sit. It's stultifying. They must all be drunk. The whole.
Yeah, also, what they did was they suspended the strikes for this. They suspended the rail strike. They postponed it. The Labor Party gave tributes. Even Extinction Rebellion canceled its planned festival of resistance for this. This is ridiculous. This obeisance to idle wealth is.
I actually think I think Charles. I think the monarchy has to be abolished.
Nationalized. They could use the money.
Yeah, and maybe hire. Keep them around in case we need to behead somebody. Use them as scapegoats.
Make that Buckingham Palace a museum and charge people to go in it.
Well, it is, but I think Charles has earned every penny. He's had no life. He can't. You wake up every morning and you say, which hospital am I going to today? Which school am I going to go to today? And reveal a plaque. There's no way to live your life.
No, but that's what they're bred to do, and they're adulated for it. And that adulation has to stop.
But do they
be a guide at the Museum of Buckingham Palace, and then he'd do something useful.
Do you think they get off on the adulation, or they enjoy it?
I think that reinforces for him the lines of dominance and subordination, and that they are dominant, and people bow and curtsy in their honor, that they are the cream of the crop. It's said that Charles was concerned as he became king that Meghan, who is beige, and Prince Harry not bring their kids in case they came out too dark. They didn't want any darkies there in the family.
I heard it was I heard it was Prince Philip. He was the one who supposedly.
Well, he was a notable racist and sexist.
Right.
They called those gaffes when he
Right.
made a disgusting racist and sexist remark.
Right.
These people have been bred to think they are better than other people, which is truly deadly.
Right.
And they've done terrible damage in the world. You know, these people are revered for their imperial past, where they murdered millions of people around the world to establish their dictatorship.
They say Winston Churchill is the greatest Briton. And then you look at who he was, the Boer War, I mean, the stuff that he did early on. And so, yeah.
Yeah.
But they are enjoyable. I mean, they do serve. I'm not, again, I think they should be abolished. But one of the things that should be buried with the Queen, besides the monarchy, is the nuclear family.
Absolutely.
This
Because
idea.
that enforces the lines of dominant submission and nothing else. We're the most dependent animals in the animal kingdom. You're a tiny little thing. And when people bring up their children, they don't say, look, you have to do this. I don't know what I'm doing, but you know, maybe it's wrong, but I'm in charge. I have the responsibility. No, I am right. I told you.
Right.
You know, it's as Althusser says in his brilliant essay on ideological state apparatuses.
Who?
Louis Althusser, Louis I think he's the greatest philosopher of France. And he was honored. He was the head of the École Normale Supérieure and, you know, lots of other things. But that they are the nuclear family, the authoritarian nuclear family, the authoritarian educational system, and authoritarian religion that keep people policing themselves from the inside out. So you don't need the cops and the army. You know the lines of dominance, subordination, and you know you got to keep subordinate.
Mm-hmm.
And these kinds of displays of this funeral reinforce the lines of dominance and submission. You submit before money. These jokers have nothing else but money. That's all they have. 28 billion of people's money. And a time when Britons were told by their own government they will be losing £1,000 of their income over the next year. Well, their inflation is way high because they are supporting the United States in against Russia there.
Right.
It's bizarre, and yet they're in line crying. And these are people believing they must obey the authority, be a good girl. That means shut up and obey.
And somebody will keep you safe.
And you won't get beaten to death. We forget that until the 1600s, the late 1600s, birth control was killing the kids you didn't want. Okay? So people watched their brothers and sisters getting murdered and they got the idea, be careful. And babies and young people who survived had more mirror neurons in their brains, which allowed them to mirror the emotions of the people around them.
Really?
Yes. And so those are our ancestors, because if you're not really sensitive to other people's anger, you get killed. That's easy. Grimm's fairy tales aren't kidding. That's right. If you married and you were a stepmother and you didn't want their kids because you had yours, you sent them out to the forest. That's what they did.
Contraception.
And yes, that was contraception.
I like that.
Wanting the kids you didn't want. So we learned from it. But, you know, human beings have these, the way we're brought up with the authoritarian family and authoritarian education and authoritarian religion, you learn the lines of dominance and submission and that you better submit. I think they should have big celebrations of labor, of all the things, of that palace that workers built, of the lawns that they keep up, of the flowers that they grow, because it's always raining in England, you know?
Well,
My
you know that he lived at Clarence House up until his mom died. There were about 100 people employed. They got notes while they're busy getting him ready for the funeral and to become king. They got notes that you're probably going to be unemployed in the next couple of weeks. They couldn't wait until today when the period of mourning ends.
Yeah, because what do they care? These are just the people who do the work to put out those royal puppets in their uniforms. You know, it's a pathetic show, and Americans are participating without criticism. Well, Chris Hedges has a good article on the monarchy. I mean, they're not totally without criticism. I have a podcast on the monarchy because I was absolutely astounded. And Shakespeare, who was the illegitimate son of, I think, Elizabeth, she was the virgin queen who had 7 kids on the sly with a farmer, but he was one of those illegitimate kids, according to the research, and so he knew what was going on. And he wasn't kidding when he wrote those plays. That's what they're up to. And when Lady Diana, quote, died in the mysterious car accident and nobody ever found out who did it, I thought, oh yeah, Shakespeare had something. She was a thorn in their side.
Well, she was determined. I don't know. I mean, she was determined to bring Charles down.
Well, she was a thorn in their side. She had Susie Orbach was her therapist who wrote wonderful books on anorexia. And she realized that she was brought on as a breeder while he was busy with his longtime lover, and that she was supposed to pretend they were in love and she was a princess and she was happy while she was miserable and rejected. And she couldn't stand it. She got sick.
Right.
And she exposed them, which was a wonderful thing to do.
We have to change the subject because Professor Adnan Hussein is a royalist.
Yes.
And
yes.
if we don't refer to Princess Di as England's Rose, first he cries and then he storms off. So we have to be respectful of people's, this was amazing, simply amazing. It was like wasabi. You cleared my sinuses talking.
I'm glad.
This word.
I'm glad.
I am a sucker for, the stories about them, but they do have to go.
Well, Shakespeare's stories are really exciting too. Same idea. Yeah. What
It's
the
not
royals
just-
are up to.
It's not just in your head, a podcast about capitalism and mental health. Go listen to It's Not Just in Your Head. And it isn't. If you're anxious, it's not a chemical
Not
imbalance.
only in your head, that's right. And also listen to Capitalism Hits Home, which is my podcast by myself.
We love you. Thank you, Dr.
Love
Harriet.
you
Brown.
too. And
Thank
love
you.
your audience.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Joining us in Ontario, Kingston, Ontario, is Professor Adnan Hussein, host of Guerrilla History. Beautiful T-shirt I see there, and the Mudgeless podcast. I sent you an article about chairs. Did you notice that in the Washington Post?
About chairs.
Yeah, I sent it. I was
What
reading.
kind of chairs? Oh, okay, from the Washington Post. I see. Yeah, the magazine.
Yeah.
Is this about
because
my
the Mudgeless.
petty tyranny? Oh no, it's about actual chairs.
And that it's a study of chairs in government. And I thought of you because Mudgeless, I believe, means sitting, right?
Yeah, actually, that's right. It was the term, mudgeless can even mean a seat, sort of, but the general meaning is really a sitting down, and it was the term for people sitting and gathering together for a session, a kind of session at court to listen to a great poet, or a session that is a seating of scholars together to trade views on, the latest scientific or, theological questions. So that's what it means. And it means a sitting. And that's because they didn't have desks and chairs in that way. They sat on a carpet, on a divan, with cushions.
And there's something egalitarian. Everybody's the same height when they're seated.
Well, of course, there, is always room for precedence, who's closest to the most prominent person and on their right and how close you can be. But the idea is that, of course, it is meant to be a bit more of an open egalitarian space, and that there was an etiquette, just as, all polite circumstances, there are ways to comport yourself, but there was actually a code of conduct and etiquette that in some of these disputations would be taking place, where people are taking different positions and having debate. And there's a whole, genre of literature that talked about what is the appropriate etiquette and conduct in this situation. Which is, don't make ad hominem attacks, don't raise your voice, wait until your, opponent has completed their thought. And there's a whole code for how do you have civil discourse, in that intellectual environment of the Majlis. So we hope, that the podcast can channel some of those ethics of sponsoring good discussion, inquiry, and views among scholars.
There are a couple of things I want to ask you about. I want to ask you about Speaker Pelosi's trip to Armenia.
Oh, okay.
And is she siding with Armenia over Azerbaijan and the origins of that conflict? I wanted to also ask you about the president of Iran, who was on 60 Minutes Sunday night, talking about restarting the nuclear deal and where we're at there. And he's a politician, so he wouldn't acknowledge the Holocaust. And I wanted to ask you what that was about, whether or not that was playing to the voters. And a really interesting interview with Bill Clinton on CNN over the weekend, talking about Putin's invasion of Ukraine and how it had nothing to do with NATO expansion. And when you hear, mind if I let me start with Clinton, because it's received wisdom on this show that all we had to do was promise Putin that we weren't going to push Ukraine to the West and the EU, and we just said the EU and NATO is off the table, Putin would have made nice with Ukraine. Clinton says otherwise. He said that it would have happened sooner had there not been Eastern European countries and former parts of the Soviet Union joining NATO, that Putin would be emboldened to have gone in much earlier. Does he deserve any credence in your mind?
Well, on most things, I probably disagree with the worldview of Bill Clinton. So this probably is not that different. I mean, I think he's seeing history through the lens of, the American unipolar moment, and he was significantly involved in the expansion of NATO, and he ignored the warnings that came from his own, from ambassador who is now, has reversed his position, but at the time wrote a very famous memo saying "niet" means "niet," this expansion, contemplating expansion, and especially to Ukraine and Georgia, are red lines for Russia. They've made this very clear. This is already in 2008 after the security conference that took place in Bucharest, where it was announced that there would be an interest, in fact, actually announced that Ukraine and Georgia both would enter NATO, and it precipitated the crisis in Georgia that involved Russia invading, because the president then, I'm forgetting his name, of Georgia, was really emboldened by these sorts of security guarantees that he was going to be supported by NATO, to saber rattle, and didn't take seriously the threats and warnings, and it precipitated this crisis. And that's, again, a violation of international law by, Russia to invade Georgia. But I think, there have been clear warnings and analysis that it would provoke responses. It didn't happen before these efforts were made. So it's completely a counterfactual in history to say this would have happened earlier. There's absolutely no evidence to be able to draw such a conclusion. I mean, of course, there's evidence that Putin has expansionist fantasies that are part of Russian nationalism. But what people have to understand, and I'm no Russia expert, but I remember the 90s and the early 2000s, and there were a lot of possibilities, it seemed, of extreme ultranationalists in Russia who make Putin seem like a very moderate figure, who, Vladimir Zhirinovsky is one. He just recently died. I mean, there was a period in the late 90s, mid-late 90s, where he looked like he might be a real candidate to take over and ride this wave of extreme Russian nationalism that was far more dangerous even than the variety that we've seen under Putin. And we have to be honest, Putin has moved further and further towards this kind of religio-ethno-nationalism as a result of developments that have taken place in Eastern Europe, and with expansion of NATO, with other geostrategic kinds of changes, and the rebuilding of the Russian economy because of the high price of oil. So if the United States was very concerned about Putin, perhaps they shouldn't have been invading Iraq, which is what set off a spiral of high oil prices for the last 20 years. I mean, there were periods where it dipped down and became really cheap, and so on. But a number of economies have been floated by these disastrous U.S. policies, the expansion of U.S. military engagement around the world, one of which was Canada, because the tar sands in Alberta are not, profitable unless the price for a barrel of oil is really very high. I can't remember exactly the line, but it's like $70, $80, $90. It has to go above that for it then to become profitable. And so I think there are a lot of criticisms we could make of Putin, but in the 90s, he was seen as the safe choice. He was seen as the Boris Yeltsin who wasn't going to be drunk and embarrassing himself and totally unreliable. He has metamorphosed in U.S. geostrategic thinking into the boogeyman, but that is a long, slow process that has taken place. And there are markers along the way for where he has taken positions against U.S. steps and moves in expanding NATO and so forth. So I think that Syria is another issue. The Syrian regime under Bashar al-Assad is a close ally of Russia. It's the second warm water port, after the Crimean port in the Black Sea that Russia has. And so it was very vital strategically and militarily for them to maintain a friendly government in Syria. And so they have been really pressed by U.S. attempts to support regime change in Syria. And in fact, actually, that should have been something of a warning, because rather boldly, they got involved militarily with the no-flight zone and possible confrontation, fighting potentially with Turkey, who is a NATO country, and had that spiraled out of control. Maybe some of these agreements that are part of the military alliance would have had to be invoked. It was really escalating the situation. And I think the reason why is because Russia saw its strategic interests being targeted at risk by US policy in the Middle East. You know, they were against the Iraq War. They were against US intervening to try and topple Assad. So they've been opposing US involvement in the Middle East, and then, you know, further expansion of NATO, you know, involvement in Eastern Europe and Ukraine and Georgia. These were provocations that I think all along the way, Putin was trying to pursue his interests and also bring world attention to the situation after 2014 in Donetsk and Luhansk. But I don't think reason prevailed in trying to negotiate some sort of agreement. There were agreements, but to actually bring the parties together to enforce them for stability, that just hasn't been the US priority. I'm sorry to say. I mean, that doesn't excuse what he's done. This was a terrible step. It's an illegal invasion. You know, he's committing war crimes by you know, violating the sovereignty of another country. But to try and rewrite history as somehow this was inevitable, that's because that's the statement, is that this was inevitable. There's a lot that had to happen to get to this position, it seems to me. A lot of intervening developments have to take place for the political climate in Russia to become so nationalistic that is the political climate. Russia, I mean, Putin may not be, you know, an ultra Democrat, but I think he is responsive to public sentiment politically, and he has to deal with the fact that since 2014, further right parties, Russian nationalist parties, have been decrying his policy of, you know, why didn't you, you know, annex, you know, the Donbass region? Why haven't you gotten involved more directly with troops? So people think that it's Putin, you know, just making, you know, these goals and ambitions for his unique and particular vision. Yes, we've talked about his historical identification with the maximalist geographical and territorial positions of Peter the Great and rooting, you know, legitimacy of Russian involvement in Ukraine back into the 9th and 10th century. This is all this kind of twisted use of history to justify contemporary positions. But he has not come across, I think, in the speeches that I've read and so on, as fomenting aggressive expansionism since the beginning. I mean, this has been something that has developed through frustration with American policy and in reaction and response to it over the years.
Right. Armenia. Nancy Pelosi visited Armenia. Armenia is buttressed up against Turkey on the Western Front, and on its eastern front, Azerbaijan. To the north of Armenia is Georgia, and then below it is Iran and Iraq. Armenia is a Christian nation?
Yes, it's one of the most ancient Christian polities, you know, like of an independent Christian power in history. You've got basically like Ethiopia and Armenia are two of the oldest Christian kingdoms in history.
They're a democracy. Nancy Pelosi went there to speak out against the border conflicts. I guess there was 2 years ago, there was a 4-week war between Azerbaijan. As I understand, there are Armenians living in Azerbaijan, correct? And
yeah, well, there's this region, the Nagorno-Karabakh region,
right?
And like so many of these borders being drawn and the birth of new nations out of empire, you have these stranded populations in these just, you know, I'm forgetting the places in Georgia that were at issue, you know, Transnistria and so on. It's a very similar kind of situation here now, not involving Russian ethnic and linguistic populations, but Armenian populations that were in this region that was part of the state. This is the Soviet Republic of Azerbaijan. When it became an independent country, then you have a small ethnic minority whose status and disposition with this new nationalism that changes completely their political environment and so on, were very concerned about their neighboring Armenia was very concerned about their status. They, Armenians in the region, declared independence, a republic of the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic.
This is like 20 years ago, right?
Yeah, this is in like the early mid-90s. So this is what happened as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union. All of these issues and problems begin to arise in pressing sorts of ways of ethnic and national conflict. So Armenia supported this breakaway sort of republic from Azerbaijan. It started a war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, disputed lots of casualties and death over periods of intense conflict, and then it would sort of simmer down into some kind of tense, status quo. And I think what's happened is that as a result of the recent war, I believe Azerbaijan retook these territories. It caused, I'm sure, I haven't followed all the news reports, but refugees into Armenia. And I think subsequently, the real problem here is that Armenia, the Azerbaijanis have pressed further and made attacks upon Armenia as well, further into like actual territory, the territorial space across the border. And again, this is a case where this is a tense environment situation that normally relations between these two powers, as they had been in the past, would often be diplomatically brokered by Russia. That would intervene or at least bring the parties together or try and put a lid on how intense and make sure that certain red lines aren't crossed and so on. And I think with the war in Ukraine, I'm not sure there is the attention and the troops and all of that. And maybe that was seized by Azerbaijan as an opportunity to, finally take back territory that was technically originally part of Azerbaijan, but was a majority ethnic Armenian territory.
Great. And one of the things that we talked about at the top of the show is, and I had forgotten that Biden and America, I finally called the slaughter of 1.5 million Armenians genocide.
Yeah.
That has taken decades for the American government to identify it as genocide.
That's right. Yeah.
Why the holdup?
One reason is because Turkey is an important country and a NATO ally, and was really important during the Cold War in ringing the Soviet Union and making sure that it didn't have unfettered access into the Mediterranean and so on. So Turkey's position there with the between the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara, which empties out into the Mediterranean, was very significant and important. So I think that is probably one of the main reasons. And I think as Turkey has pursued a more independent policy, somewhat not quite non-alignment, but of playing as many sides as possible and attempting to establish itself as a regional hegemon and regional power, capable of intervening in places like Libya, where they did try and intervene, in Syria, pursuing their own interests. They have pushed a kind of a 5-mile, a 10, 15-kilometer stretch into Syria as a zone that they are controlling, for example. That has kind of taken it out of the orbit of U.S. policy, I think, the United States, like some other European countries in Canada, has a very large Armenian diaspora.
Right.
And in fact, actually, there are far more people of Armenian, descent in the Middle East, used to be in Turkey. Okay, like a lot of Turkey used to be Armenian before, in the East.
Politically, why is it so difficult for Turkey to acknowledge what happened? This was a
Yeah.
I think there were two slaughters, one right before World War I, and then one 10 years before World War I. I don't have it.
Yeah, there are a couple of periods in the late 19th and early 20th century where there were like forced migration. A lot of people died on this, forced migration and expropriation of their, property and land. And then there were also, maybe it wasn't quite as organized as something like the Holocaust, with the German efficiency in the technology and the railroad trains and the gas chambers and so on. But there were camps and there were, kind of killings and purges of Armenians. I myself don't understand. I mean, there is an ultra-Turkish nationalism that operates here as well. Turkey feels like it is a survival kind of state of the core of the dismembered Ottoman Empire, and that, Western powers like, T.E. Lawrence and Lawrence of Arabia, fomented this Arab revolt, and that their empire was dismembered by Balkan countries deciding that they wanted to have their independence, and the Arab countries rising up in revolt, and that Turkey fought against the British and the French in World War I and managed to keep themselves from being conquered and subjected to colonialism. And so they nationalist kind of sense of their history, that they were this empire, this very important country, and that they also, I think, in consolidating, this is why I really just despise nationalism, in consolidating what was, in reforming a Turkish identity, and as part of the nation state, the new nation state, the republic that emerges outside or after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. You have, again, similar kinds of problems of what do you do with these populations when you have now defined Turkish nationalism, which is Turkish and Muslim, essentially, even though it's a secular state, as the basis of identity. What do you do with the Greek-speaking populations that had been there for hundreds and thousands of years, even before the Turks were there? You have a transfer of populations with Greece, where people who lived in Anatolia, Anatolian Greeks, were forced to go to, the Balkan Greece. Several hundred thousand and several hundred thousand back the other way. It was one of the largest population transfers before the partition of India, and the creation of Pakistan, because they were sort of leftover populations that were now considered a problem, for the state. Could you give them full citizenship? What are you going to do about the fact that, they have a different religion, different language rights? And similarly with the Armenians, is that there was a very large community. And we've seen similarly with the Kurds, why there has been Turkish, there's been an insurgency, it's sort of waned now, but there was for so long an insurgency to establish Kurdish autonomy, Kurdish language rights, and even perhaps a Kurdish state in, a Kurdistan in eastern Turkey. This Turkish nationalism, in order to preserve their sense of the state as functioning, it had all of these mixed populations that existed in the Ottoman Empire, different religions, different ethnicities. And now in the era of the nation state and Turkish nationalism, what do you do with them if the basis and the fabric of the state and citizenship is on the basis of being a Turkish Muslim? So I think that unleashes all kinds of terrible forces that led to the Armenian genocide. And I, to this day, do not understand why Turkey doesn't say, hey, that happened under the end of the Ottoman Empire. It was a war. These are terrible crimes. reconciliate with Armenia. They're like a bordering country. You need to be able to trade and have normal relations with them. They're a nearby country. And put it in the past and say, we are a Turkish republic. We're going to run on democratic foundations. And, we apologize for that. Unfortunately, they can't get over that. I think it's very difficult to have those conversations because of this extreme Turkish nationalism. And, there was a pathway towards this. There was a period where it looked like there was going to be much more reconciliation and dealing with the outcomes of the past when Turkey was undergoing the major reforms under Erdogan in his first term. Got rid of the death penalty, reforming the police, get the military out of civilian government, reform the legal system. He started doing these things, recognizing Kurdish language rights. He started doing those kinds of things, all as part of this accession to Europe. Okay, the door was slammed on him. And so he turned towards a different kind of politics, and he has moved further and further right. And basically his last election, he would not have won if, there's a lot of problems with the last couple of elections. But fundamentally, the way in which he managed to win is he basically made an alliance and took over the policies of the extreme Turkish right wing, the right wing ultra-nationalists, the Grey Wolves party, and has prosecuted war against the Kurdish. And likewise, that has made it much less possible to actually have an open and honest dialogue about the history of the nation and, what crimes were committed in the forging of it with the end of the Ottoman Empire and the establishment of the Turkish Republic. So I don't see much hope for really reconciling at this point. Things have gone in a direction over the last, 7-8 years or so that I think are less promising for something like that.
Before you go, let's pivot from Armenian genocide denial to the new president of Iran, Ebrahim Raisi, who's on 60 Minutes, doing what I've seen other presidents of Iran do, and that is deny the Holocaust. They're elected officials. That's a political move in Iran. Jews they have Jews who serve in the Iranian parliament, correct?
Oh, they do. Absolutely. There's a very large Jewish community there. Iraq and Iran historically have, this is from, the Babylonian captivity, people would locate it in that era. But so there are Central Asian Jews, there are, Jews in
who are living
Persia.
Live very, okay in Iran.
Well, yeah. Of course, how are you going to feel if the country has an official religion and your rights of citizenship have to be somewhat contingent on, a policy that establishes what that relationship is going to be rather than
it's called Israel?
Yeah, well.
So what are the politics behind the Holocaust denial? Who is he playing to when he did?
This is a funny one. I hadn't heard this latest interview.
I can play it for you. Do you want me to play it?
Well, let's take a look at it. I'd like to see exactly what he says.
Okay. Then again, it's an interpreter, so it just may be the Leslie Stahl's interpreter messing with them. But here he is.
Do you believe the Holocaust happened? That 6 million Jews were slaughtered?
مسئله تاریخی یک مسئله
Look, historical events should be investigated by researchers and historians.
یک نشانه‌هایی هم وجود داره برای اینکه این اتفاق واقع شده.
There are some signs that it happened. If so, they should allow it to be investigated and researched.
So you're not sure. I'm getting that. You're not sure.
Actually, who was the guy, as the former mayor of Tehran, Ahmadinejad?
Ahmadinejad, yeah.
This was actually more measured in terms of, he's saying, there's evidence that something happened, we should research it. It wasn't an adamant denial of the Holocaust that we had seen before. So this is progress.
Right, right. Well, Iran, of course, if you're thinking about the domestic politics, Iran's foreign policy has been structured around, anti-imperialism, resisting U.S. influence in the region against both the little Satan and the great Satan, right? So the great Satan was the United States. The little Satan, as Khomeini said, was Israel. And of course, they support the Islamic resistance movements in Lebanon and in Palestine. And so I think in certain circles, it's probably important for him to be seen as not capitulating on some level to the way in which perhaps it's viewed that discussion of the Holocaust is meant to justify for the West the state of Israel, which of course has had devastating consequences and the dispossession of Palestine. So perhaps they see it in that context. But I don't think seriously they deny or don't believe that, the Holocaust happened. What he's saying there is probably that he doesn't want to be drawn in. I don't think he wants to be drawn in on, he's saying, what I took him to be saying is essentially, that's not a question for a politician, right? Like, that's not my position to say anything. Let the historians talk about it. If there's a consensus about it, let them have that. I don't want to be talking about this issue, essentially.
There seems
But
to
it would have
be
been so much easier for him to say, of course, there's been the Holocaust, but that doesn't justify what's happening in Israel to the Palestinians, which he went on, I think, to do. I'm looking at an article that, he was asked whether he supports Israel's right to exist. And he said, quote, "You see, the people of Palestine are the reality. That is the right of the people of Palestine who are forced to leave their houses and motherland. The Americans are supporting this false regime there to take root and be established there." So I think that's kind of the main position, is that he doesn't want to be seen as somehow being weak on supporting the Palestinians in this circumstance.
last question. We're told that there's a fight for power between Saudi Arabia and Iran, Sunni versus Shia. Where do we find more of a democracy, in Iran or in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, no question, in Iran. I mean, okay, constitutionally, you have to look and say, well, certain things as part of the Constitution are ruled out. And of course, there is this like head of state, essentially, that has in control some of the key foreign policy and military decision making, and so on. But if you want to look on a basic sort of level, it's not a monarchy in the sense that there's a hereditary rulership. There are elections, there are civic organizations, there are municipal governments, there are state governments, there's the federal government, and these things are, contested.
So it feels like Israel and America are moving. Israel's moving towards Saudi Arabia, and there are similar investments.
Mm-hmm.
The antipathy between Iran and Netanyahu is the Palestinians, is what? Why are they not allies? I know with the Shah, the Shah and Israel got along. What is it that, what are they?
Why don't they get along? I mean, obviously they have sometimes collaborated. I mean, Iran can sometimes be fairly pragmatic. You remember the Iran-Contra affair. I mean, it should be the Iran-Israel-Contra affair, right? Because it was selling arms and, getting funds to go to the Contra, but that was Israeli, brokering arms sales to Iran, I believe, or that's how Israel was involved.
Because Israel is seen as expansionist and an ally of America, and if you don't stop Israel, it'll take over the Middle East.
Well, Iran is sort of the a natural regional hegemon of like at least the eastern part of the Middle East region. The Islamic revolution of Iran was not only to get rid of the Shah, who's a dictator, but because he was an agent of U.S. policy to the benefit of the oil companies. There had already been attempts to nationalize the oil that had been undermined by CIA and British intelligence collaborating to get rid of Mossadegh and then restore the Shah, right, to his prominent political power. But it was also a rejection of the U.S. role in the Middle East, and that policy is seen to be prosecuted by Israeli interests as a firm plank of U.S. control of the region. So they are an anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist. They play upon that as the main political orientation of their foreign policy, that means that they're going to have a particular position of opposing Saudis. I don't think this has that much to do at all with Sunni versus Shia at all. It has to do with policy in the region for how resources are going to be shared. Who's going to have political control and influence. And to be honest, I think it was Professor Juan Cole who mentioned a couple of years ago now, perhaps on this show, we should bring it back.
It's a progressive.
That it was like a populist and, in certain respects progressive, but certainly a populist orientation. Whereas, the US is constantly supporting, small elite groupings to suppress and repress the people of the Middle East and siphon away, those resources, or at least the control over how they're going to be coming into the world market and so on. And that's the struggle there.
Yeah.
I see Professor Marianne is in the house. It's great to see her.
Great to see it. But, I was just listening to a few minutes ago, you were talking about this increasing nationalism, both in the case of Turkey and Russia. And I wonder if that's in no small part due to this globalism, which isn't the globalism of, let's celebrate each other's, multicultural, blah, blah, blah. But it's basically another rugged individualism where, it's race to the bottom for getting the best costs of labor and resources. And or if you're in the educated class, you're a citizen of the world. You can go anywhere, and you really put down. And I think this played into Brexit somewhat, that people, particularly in the northern deindustrialized areas, did not feel the benefits of being part of a European Union, because they were rooted to their community, they were rooted to their traditional jobs, and they just didn't feel that. And by the way, no one has yet explained to me how the European Parliament works. How does the popular will of anybody within the European Union, get expressed to Brussels via the European Parliament? Or is that just a body that recommends?
Well, they vote. You vote.
I think they vote, but what does that mean? I mean, are they statutory? Does that have the force of law in the countries than in the member countries? I don't really know. I'm not trying,
Well, I think they have an executive branch. They have a parliament.
But many people feel that, that the parliament or at Brussels, policies coming out of Brussels does not really address their concerns. When I was in Scotland, they had the Brexit vote taking place, and it was the whole lead up. And I was listening to local BBC type of debates about this. And the one thing I noticed was that they did not go along any traditional left-right axis at all. I mean, it was really people who were more people who were more cosmopolitan, people around the financial area districts of London, they voted overwhelmingly to stay in. People in the north, voted to leave because, quite frankly, they were not seeing the benefits, and they just felt, rather distant and disconnected from people making decisions that had real effects on their lives, more so than like the Queen and English Parliament. So I'm just wondering if this nationalism that seems to be happening all over the world is in part a reaction against, the US, Wall Street, the international bank, the Deutsche Banks and the Goldman Sachs of this world. The IMF.
Well, and I think you're pointing out also that the EU as an institution seems to have pursued policies that reinforced neoliberal policies, austerity politics, and certainly when we had the crisis, the debt crisis, in Greece and other Southern European countries, the monetary union was used in such a way that it meant that you have to slash your budgets, you have to cut your pensions, you have to do all of these things.
Yeah, you basically had to do all of this to pay off Deutsche Bank's bad bets of the previous few years.
That's right. And, what benefit were people gaining from that? I mean, so it did spur kind of a sense that we need sovereignty to be able to make our own decisions fiscally, because although the European Parliament doesn't make decisions that hold the force of law within the countries, it seems that nonetheless the monetary policy trumps, national decisions, right? So that's one reason why you have nationalism. The European project is at a low ebb now. It's not very popular. I don't think people see a lot of benefit for themselves to be part of the EU unless you're Germany,
Well, I mean, the EU had a chance after the two, when you have big, powerful structures on their knees, dependent on governments, that is the time, that is the opportunity to make, radical changes to the way things happen. Like we had when Barack Obama came to office. I mean, the banks were absolutely dependent on the government coming in. And we could have made demands at that point, kind of like the Roosevelt administration did. The European Union could have made policies that benefited the citizens of the European Union as a whole. Instead, they decided to, make the banks whole, just like we did. And I think to this day, you're seeing the fallout. I mean, the people had no problem ascribing these right-wing movements and these neo-fascist groups and ultranationalists as reactions to the austerity that was gripping Europe at the time. Now it's all getting blurred with Ukraine, but, the fact remains that, hey, look, 3 years ago, I read part of the letter. 3 years ago, not even, there were 40 congressmen signed a letter to Mike Pompeo demanding that our State Department recognize groups in Ukraine, like the Azov Battalion, as terrorist organizations, putting them on the official terrorist list. We had no problem understanding what was going on there, but now, the war has shifted the narrative, and, we kind of play that down. But the war, of course, another case in point, the war is a business now for many corrupt politicians all over the world, particularly Ukraine and our military industrial complex. It appears that, how the war is conducted and actually Ukraine coming out whole isn't the primary concern of these people. It's that the war continues because we continue pouring billions, which we know does not get to the front lines, most of it. We know that it's not going to, we don't really even know where it's going because we basically handed them 54 billion. I hear it's like 70 billion and counting with no accountability at all. So people, this is a boondoggle. This is a bonanza for certain people that would love to keep this situation going. So, there's no serious negotiations for peace. There's no even serious far-term war planning. I mean, there seems to be a reckless disregard in the State Department for where this all ends. I mean, even ghouls like Henry Kissinger have enough IQ points still functioning to know that, the end point of this is not going to be good for the world, and it certainly may not be good for the United States. Ukraine, we know, is completely expendable in the neoliberal kind of mind view.
Well, it's good for the United States. We're selling weapons. We're also going to be selling weapons to Cyprus, Professor Hussein.
Woohoo!
New market.
Well, Cyprus is a pretty small place, so I don't know how much money is to be made there, but maybe 1 or 2 Congress people will benefit. I don't know. That's it's not big news. I think Cyprus. Do you know how large this contract is for?
Well, I thought Erdogan was upset that we're going
well, of course. Yes, of course. Yeah, that's going to, Turkey, this is the thing. I mean, I love Turkey, and actually I'm quite interested in the fact that Howie Klein, is so interested in this Turkish serial program that I've also seen all the episodes of. I didn't know he was a devotee of it as well, Ertugrul and later Osman.
Yeah, how do you spell that? What is the name of that?
Well, it's called Resurrection Ertugrul, and it's spelled Ertug. It's actually Yamuşak. It's Ertugrul, not Tug, but it's a G with a little tilde over it. RUL. So ERTUGRUL.
And it's on Netflix?
It's on Netflix. Yeah, you can, it's like the first part, it's Diriliş Ertugrul, Resurrection Ertugrul. And it's about the father of Osman, the founder of the, Ottoman dynasty. So very little is known about him historically, which is very useful for story writers for a TV serial. You can set it in the context, and you can develop all kinds of storylines about it, since you're not constrained by actual history. But it's about the sort of origins of the Ottoman Empire in the context of a 13th century Anatolia, the era where you have Mongol conquests, and you also have the Crusades, and you have the Byzantine Empire. So those are the kind of key forces that this Turkish polity under the Seljuk Turks, this is a breakaway Turkish emirate that becomes the basis for a world empire. And so this is also part of Turkish cultural nationalism, is to look back at its history and see this destiny of a great system. But what's interesting is it is very much a celebration of this kind of multi-ethnic, multi-religious community, but all within this kind of Islamic kind of cultural framework, that things were better when the Muslims were ruling and allowing Jews, Christians, and everybody to be there together. But, you still have to have, the great wise Muslim ruler on top in order for this, system to work, right? So there's this nostalgia for resolution, a lot of these contemporary ethno-religious, linguistic, and nationalist tensions through the prism of this great history. So, I mean, I think Turkey is a really wonderful culture, a great country. Everyone should visit. So much history. It's amazing. But there are so many issues, as a result of the breakup of the Ottoman Empire. So there's a border dispute with Syria, the Arab part. There are Arabs in, basically north of Latakia and Iskenderun, used to be called Alexandretta, right? That's an Arab region. So is Urfa in the southeast. These are Arabic-speaking areas. You've got Kurdish, population, a large Kurdish population that has been suppressed. You have, Turks in Bulgaria, you have these Turks in Greece that had to be, repatriated, and the Greek-speaking people sent in the 20s. And then you have Cyprus, which is, of course, a historically Greek island, but during the course of the Ottoman Empire, there settled Turkish-speaking populations as part of the Ottoman Empire, was all part of the Ottoman Empire. What do you do when it comes under British colonialism? Now you've got this mixed population, and what do the British always seem to do? Whether it's India, Pakistan, whether it's Northern Ireland, is they leave these kind of ethno-national problems there. And so Turkey takes an interest in the Turkish-speaking Cypriot population, when they're worried that a right-wing kind of government in Greece, takes over. They're worried about the Turkish population being suppressed by this, kind of right-wing military nationalist group. So they invade, this terrible war, and the island has been divided. So, of course, when we talk about how we're selling weapons to Cyprus, we're talking about the Greek Cyprus, right? And not the little enclave that Turkey and Pakistan. I think it used to be Pakistan. I don't know if they still recognize it. It used to be there was only two countries that recognized this Northern Cyprus Republic of North. I forget the name of it, but it was Turkey. And the only way you could get to that part of the island was taking a flight from Istanbul. You can get there, and I've been there actually. You could not get there from anywhere else because nobody recognizes this as an independent country. It's a little bit like how, you've got these populations, like we were just saying, Nagorno-Karabakh. It's like Armenia is the only country that recognized the Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh, right? The same thing, Turkey recognized Northern Cyprus. And that's been, a problem since when did the invasion take place? It was like the early 70s, 73 or 74. And the island's been divided, refugees created, people who can look over the barrier in Lefke and they can say, that used to be my house, right over there. And it's just a sad situation. I'm not sure selling weapons to Cyprus is going to help anything, but it's certainly going to raise tensions with Turkey.
It's going to help America.
Absolutely. And that's the important thing.
That's important.
Well, I should let you.
Thank you, Professor Adnan.
Thank you very much.
Majlis podcast, Guerrilla History. Tell us very quickly.
On Guerrilla History, we just had an episode, the second episode in our Sanctions as War series. So we talked with Greg Ellich about sanctions on Yugoslavia during the Balkan War there and the breakup of Yugoslavia. And before that, the week prior, we had kind of a geopolitics discussion with Ben Norton on multipolarity, the coming world. What does this look like? That was an interesting discussion. And on the Majlis this week, check out a new episode with my former MA student, who's now a PhD student at Princeton, talking about her MA thesis research about medieval North Africa and the Mediterranean world.
Not anarchy.
No, that was prior. That's the latest episode that's still there. So go do check out my discussion with Mohammed Abdu about his new book, Islam and Anarchism, Relationships and Resonances.
Thank you. You're amazing.
Thank you.
You are absolutely amazing. And by the way, Rahima.org, go to Rahima.org and donate. It is a food pantry for refugees that Professor Hussein's parents have set up in the Bay Area. And you go to that website and you just know that it's good food. Speaking of good, so it's Rahima.org. Go to, I don't ask you for much on this show, go to Rahima.org and donate some money to help. It started off with refugees from Afghanistan. I don't know how it's expanded, but I don't ask you for much. Go to Rahima.org, Rahima. They serve good food. Professor Marianne, there's a gentleman, he's the chief operating officer for Beyond Meat. His name is Doug Ramsey, and he's a big fan of basketball. He went to see the Razorbacks playing Missouri State. He got into a little fight after the game, and
Razorbacks, is that Arkansas?
I would think so. And the chief operating officer for Beyond Meat was arrested Saturday in Fayetteville, Arkansas, after he allegedly bit the flesh from the nose of another man in a fist fight after the game. This is the chief operating officer for the vegan alternative Beyond Meat. Sounds like he
maybe that, Frankenfood or whatever they came up with is kind of exciting the tyrannosaur hindbrain in certain people.
Yeah.
I don't know. I myself wouldn't touch that stuff, but
I forget, are you vegan, vegetarian?
Yeah. And I don't even want to call myself vegan. I just want to call myself plant-based. Vegan is almost becoming kind of a fad. I mean, Oreos are vegan.
Yes.
Nothing as them probably has ever touched dirt, but I mean, not exactly healthy, but you just want to have healthy food. And I tell people that even the guys who were big proponents of plant-based diet, people like Caldwell Esselstyn, and who did he did the Cleveland study, which was called the Harvard study for some reason, that showed that a low-fat plant-based diet could reverse incurable heart disease in all the patients that went through that program. He did. That was not greeted with enthusiasm in the medical world, but Colin, let's see, it was Colin Campbell was head of the big plant-based advocate for years and years, head of the Cornell University Nutrition Department and author of the China study. I mean, the book about the China study, he and a colleague in Taiwan discovered that Zhou Enlai, before he died, ordered this massive survey of the country because he was dying of bladder cancer, I think. And he decided that because he became a proponent of more naturalistic traditional medicine, and he wanted to know how diet affected, people in various regions. And so there was just like millions of people went out and did these surveys. And later it was, this Taiwanese doctor and Campbell discovered that this survey had been done. So they raised some money and they did follow-ups on this entire survey. And that the summary was in his book, The China Study, which old Bill Clinton read at the behest of Chelsea, because Bill Clinton was told in 2010 that there was no more that could be done for his advancing heart disease. And he has become plant-based ever since, and all these people. But
I'm not making a joke. Hang on for 1 second. This is not a joke.
No.
He claims he's a vegan, but
oh, okay. So who claims he's a vegan?
He claims he's a vegan, but he eats fish. Like Hillary, he cheats on his diet.
Well, Colin, he said he used to eat turkey once a year and maybe fish once a year. But now I read fairly recently that he said he doesn't even do that. Doesn't matter. Even Colin Campbell said, look, if you keep your total calories from animals, sources of all kinds, down below 5%, you will, that effectively turns off a whole bunch of cancers.
What about eggs?
Yeah. So
what about eggs?
Oh, eggs are kind of like liquid meat, same kind of, well, it's not just the fat, but it's the protein that irritates the endothelial lining of your artery system, of your circulation system. And that is where like well over 90% of the heart and pulmonary disease arises in. So it was true. I've known since I was a kid that cholesterol was only the symptom. It's basic your body trying to, cover over eruptions in your veins because they're being irritated. But if the cholesterol builds up too much, then, the symptom itself becomes fatal because, it makes blockages and causes strokes and many strokes and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, diet can pretty much eliminate a lot of, sort of the degenerative diseases of affluence, the heart disease, the type 2 diabetes, the obesity, things like that.
I would think countries in Asia that saw what plant-based diets, how great they are, that when Pepsi and KFC and McDonald's are introduced, their population starts contracting heart disease for the first time, right? Weren't there some Asian countries that didn't have heart disease until we?
If you read another plant-based guy, John, let's see, Caldwell Esselstyn was the guy that was at the Cleveland Clinic. John McDougall has his own institute, but both of those guys did like 5-year internships dealing with Asian populations. McDougall did a 5-year internship at a pineapple plantation in Hawaii. And so he writes about that. So he saw the generations, he saw the people that basically had starchy diets, starchy vegetables, and with meat or fish as a condiment, not a main ingredient at best. And he saw that things like prostate cancer, breast cancer were virtually non-existent in that population. When the second generation is eating meat, getting more westernized diets, then you saw, the heart disease, the lung cancer, the prostate cancer, the breast cancer. And then by the third and fourth generation where the kids are eating at McDonald's, there is virtually no difference between them and the Americans. And it's quite stunning. Esselstyn saw the same thing when he was stationed in the Philippines. He saw the generational difference in the kind of diseases people got. So all three of them, I think it's over 10 years old, but it's still very relevant. It's called Forks Over Knives. All three are featured in that. But I did remember reading in the New York Times in graduate school, the Esselstyn study. And it was called the Harvard study because Harvard reviewed it. And the result was, well, yeah, he cured heart disease, but you can't expect people to make such radical changes in their lives.
Right.
I just laughed aloud when I read that. These are terminally ill people, people who can barely walk. And, but perfectly reasonable to saw open people's, sternum, crack open their rib cage, yank plumbing out of their legs and, just reroute everything. I mean, it's just amazing the mindset when reading this article in the New York Times that reported in 1989 about the results of this. So years later, I saw the video and going, oh, wait a minute, that guy. Okay. I read your damn book. I read your damn study.
So when did you become a vegan?
I know exactly the day that I decided I was going to, and I can't remember what year it was, but it was I'd been a vegetarian forever. I wanted to be one when I was a kid. It was rather hard in a meat and potatoes house, but I come to Ann Arbor, Michigan, and it's very easy. In fact, when I was at Michigan, I was practically vegan anyway, because I was doing macrobiotic and it was very easy to get. Going to Fermilab, then you have the power cheese, pizza, and Diet Coke dinners, running shift. But I remember about 12 years ago having getting some cheese enchiladas or something, and just looking at this, taking a bite and looking at this cheese going, this is so damn unhealthy. I mean, it's just, at that point I realized that, and I'd been reading about people who were mostly plant-based, and I thought, this is nuts. And by that time, I pretty much knew that the dairy industry is hardly benign. It's actually, in terms of, chickens that are forced to lay eggs, for a year and a half of their miserable lives, it's actually more humane. The life of a chicken bred for slaughter is only 42 miserable days, and then the end. So,
Now,
yeah,
John Ross has chickens on his farm and he eats the eggs and he says he insists they're healthy. Would you keep a chicken and eat those?
at this time, I don't need to. I mean, I really don't need to. Even that, I know I have friends who have chickens, actually, just outside of the city limits is Aurora Township, which doesn't have restriction on farm animals. So, but they get their chicks, they get their hens they order them from companies. And of course, these companies make a lot of money, and they have to sort out the male chicks from the female chicks. And that's rather gruesome.
Right.
Sorting out the male calves from female calves that will go on to, be
Right.
milkers. That's gruesome. And you have to keep these cows pregnant for them to be producing all this milk. I mean, it's, look, having meat or animal products occasionally, there in many places, that's an essential source of protein for people, but the way I look at it is that even if it weren't the optimal diet, I think it's the optimal diet for me. But even if it weren't, I want to reduce not my carbon footprint, but my just ecological footprint. And I don't like the cruelty. I mean, I can't turn away from the cruelty.
Right.
So it's just,
You're
so-
not allowed to see where your food comes from. There are ag gag laws.
That's right. Ag gag rules. Oprah was threatening with being sued because she was like, somebody was on her show and they showed the inside of a slaughterhouse. And she just made the statement. She just made the statement. Well, I don't know if something about, I'm going to think about this when I order my next hamburger. I don't think I can order my next hamburger after what she said, something like that. And then she got hit big time with a major lawsuit. And basically she had an effective gag order on her. I mean, the settlement was she couldn't talk about this.
There are laws that forbid you from bad mouthing certain types of fruits and meats in certain states. And you're not allowed to film. You're not allowed to put a GoPro on your lapel and go into a slaughterhouse anymore.
But, there are people that do. And, there are vegan groups that do it. Who is the group that protests all the people who wear mink in New York?
PETA?
PETA, oh yeah, that group. Yeah, the PETA people will go in and have done that.
Yeah.
And it's grim and it's horrible. But getting off the cruelty food chain is, something I encourage people to do. And then, of course, there are the people who actually work in these industries. I mean, it is a grim business to be working in these slaughterhouses like that Tyson runs, and the big slaughterhouse in Nebraska. I can't remember whose company that was. I think that might be Tyson also. And there's a reason why it's mostly like immigrants and mostly undocumented immigrants working in these places, because this is a nasty, brutal job. People
I would find it calming slitting the throats. I'm kidding.
You and Hannibal Lecter.
Let's stick around. Let's bring in Professor Jonathan Bick. What are you going to talk about tonight? And then we have Jackie the Joke Man.
No. Okay, talk about cruel and unusual. Okay. Although I have to say, I watched Airplane recently. Ooh boy, politically incorrect, but that's still the funniest movie I ever saw.
Everything is.
Everything. I mean, the jokes, and they are unrelenting. They never stop coming, which is, I guess, is sort of the secret of Jackie the Joke Man's.
Did you ever see the movie it's based on? Sterling.
Oh, no,
Sterling
I
Hayes?
did years ago. There is a serious movie that the movie
Yeah.
Airplane is based on. Yeah.
Yeah. Something zero. So let me check.
Yeah,
the
I can't remember, but you're right. I think it was on the Turner Classic Movie Channel.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Ben Mankiewicz pointed out that that was the inspiration for Airplane. Yeah.
Ann Lee, Professor Ann Lee, nothing? We haven't stumped Professor Ann Lee.
Oh, we haven't stumped her.
Professor Bick joins us.
Yes. Hello, David. And hello, Professor Marianne Cumming.
What would you like to talk about tonight?
Well, I was going to talk about, I was watching the funeral for the Queen, and I became very sad, David. Not for the 96-year-old deceased monarch, but for the fact that people were lining up by the hundreds of thousands to walk by her coffin.
Yes.
And that free speech is punished in the UK if you express a dissenting view about the royals or the monarchy. I think that's very sad. And I wanted to raise a few stories that, kind of go to rich people behaving badly. And one of those was written by Douglas Rushkoff, who has a book coming out soon. He wrote a article in the Observer, which is a UK newspaper. And he's a writer and a filmmaker on media, technology, and popular culture. He also teaches media studies at New York University and the New School in New York. And he is often approached by people to talk about the impact on technology on our lives and the future of technology. So he thought, when he was hired by a group of people to go out to the desert, I think it was in the Western United States, to have a conference with them, he thought he would be talking about that subject, the future of technology. And he had prepared a speech to do that. But when he arrived there, he was taken to a place where he was seated at a small table, and 5 men came in the room and sat down at the table with him. 2 of them were billionaires, and 3 had hundreds of millions of dollars. And they began asking him questions. So these were people, by the way, from the tech investing world and the hedge fund world. And they started asking questions about, what's the best place to go, New Zealand or Alaska? Because the world's going to experience a catastrophic collapse, or civilization is. So they want to know where they should go, where they should build their underground bunkers to survive this coming collapse. And they're asking questions like, should the shelter have its own air supply, and should we take precautions against nuclear weapons or biological warfare? Do we need our own supply of groundwater? Do we have to filter it? Things like this. And the CEO of a brokerage house, which was one of these guys, asked him, how do I maintain authority over my security force after the event? And the event's the ultimate collapse they're talking about. And he said that occupied them for the rest of the hour, that question. He said they knew the armed guards would be required to protect their compounds from raiders as well as angry mobs. One had already secured a dozen Navy SEALs to make their way to his compound if he gave them the right cue. But how would he pay the guards once his crypto and other money was worthless? what would stop the guards from eventually choosing their own leader and, taking over the place for themselves? So they considered using special combination locks on the food supply lockers, or making guards wear disciplinary collars in return for their, survival and supply of food and so forth. Or maybe building robots to serve as guards and workers if the technology could be developed in time. So this is kind of the thought process that's going on in these billionaires and multimillionaires' heads. And so Douglas Rushkoff says, I tried to reason with them. I tried to talk to them about, well, maybe, the way you get people not wanting to kill you is by treating them well.
Novel idea.
Yeah, maybe, if they're working for you, pay them well and take care of them, give them good working conditions. And maybe you want to contribute to things that would, avoid possible collapse. Maybe we ought to try to work together to do that. They weren't really interested in that. They just kind of rolled their eyes and kept asking their very specific questions. And he concluded that that these guys were preparing for a digital future that had less to do with making the world a better place than it did with transcending the human condition altogether. Their extreme wealth and privilege served only to make them obsessed with insulating themselves from the very real and present danger of climate change, rising sea levels, mass migrations, global pandemics, nativist panic, and resource depletion. For them, the future of technology is only about one thing: escape from the rest of us.
Right.
So they see themselves, first of all, above everyone else, and then they want to be completely apart from everyone else, except for those people that they hire to protect them and serve them. And then they're worried about how to control those people. So, this kind of thinking seems to be fairly widespread.
Out in the open now. It was always in the past hard for me to wrap my head around it. I didn't believe people were really like that, even the people I worked for. But they really do see people. They're two types of people, me and them. Those who are served and those who serve.
Well, I would, at that point, if it's really total collapse, would be dividing the world into who does their own plumbing, wiring,
Exactly.
blacksmithing, and carpentry, and who can't at that point.
I always say that in New York City, everybody's an intellectual until they need a plumber. I mean, you could put a gun to my head, I still couldn't figure out how to fix a leak. You could, though, I bet, Professor Marianne. Right?
You live in an old house like this, you sort of have to be at least, baseline proficient at a lot of things.
Professor Bick, are you handy around the house?
In limited
You're
ways.
handsy around the house.
I'm handsy for sure. Yeah. But not handy. It depends on the task.
So go on.
Okay. So, and Rushkoff calls this way of thinking the mindset, which encourages its adherents to believe that the winners can somehow leave the rest of us behind. And it allows for easy externalization of harm to others and inspires a corresponding longing for transcendence and separation from people and places that have been abused. So a lot of these guys, some of these guys are thinking about, well, how do I live forever? How do I transfer my consciousness into a mechanical being or computer or something like that. So they're really trying to escape being human in addition to escaping from the rest of humanity, which as social animals is really suicidal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, even if these guys were successful, let's say they make these luxury bunkers in New Zealand or Alaska or wherever the hell they're going to make them, and they're somehow successful in having security guards that aren't going to turn against them, their lives are still going to suck, right? They're cut off from the rest of the world. They're constantly worried that people who work for them are going to turn on them. Almost all of the luxuries that they currently enjoy are going to be lost to them. Luxury goods, luxury services, being in the sunlight, walking on a beach or in a forest. They'll be too afraid to go outside of their compound, right? Or their underground bunker or whatever the hell they're in. They're not going to have, expertly prepared food. The type of food they're going to get is going to be severely restricted. And what about medical care? I mean, how many doctors are they going to bring into their bunkers? Are they going to have all the specialists that they need? Where are they going to get all the drugs that they need to stay alive?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these people are not thinking this through. Another approach would be, let's network among all these billionaires and people with hundreds of millions of dollars and say, you know what we've been doing isn't working. So let's pool our money instead of fighting tax cuts to find a way for us to collectively address these issues that are threatening our existence. Because that's the only true way that they're going to be able to live decent lives in the future. And their children will be able to live decent lives.
Great job.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, this brings me to one more issue. On the Massachusetts ballot, in the state of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, question number 1 will be on the ballot that says it's a proposed amendment to the Constitution of this Commonwealth of Massachusetts that would establish an additional 4% state income tax on that portion of annual taxable income in excess of $1 million. So it might surprise a lot of people to know that Massachusetts, which is a liberal state, a deep blue state, has a flat tax for their income tax.
Really?
Yes. Everyone pays 5%.
I didn't know that.
In fact, it's in the Constitution of the state. So this would change that. And it would only be, this increase would only apply to people who make over $1 million a year in income. And the people who oppose this are saying things like, and this is in this is the actual voters guide that the state sends out for these questions. And they put arguments in favor and against. And the people who say are against it say, it nearly doubles the state income tax on tens of thousands of small businesses, large employers, and retirees. Well, no. First of all, they say it nearly doubles because it's going from 5% to a maximum of 9% on income over $1 million you make in 1 year. So that's a little misleading to say that. And this would affect a very small percentage of people who live in Massachusetts. And they go on to say, oh, well, what about, people who have held their primary residence for 40 years and it's appreciated over time and they sell it and they get a big capital gain. Well, okay. How many people are going to have $1 million gain on their house when they sell it. I think it's going to be quite small. And even if they do that, and remember, this is after they deduct all of the improvements made to the house over 40 years. So if you replace the roof, if you replace the windows or the gutters or pave the driveway or whatever it is, you can deduct all of that from the capital appreciation of the house. So it's only on that gain that you made minus all those expenses or expenditures. And then it's only on the portion that's over $1 million in gain that you'd be paying this extra 4%. I don't think that's a lot to ask.
Right.
And this money would be going to public education and transportation. So paving roads, fixing bridges, making public education affordable, higher education affordable in the state, and improving public education at every level in the state. Now, the poll in in July showed that this is favored to win by 56% for, 38% against, and the rest are undecided. But a group of billionaires and millionaires have gotten together and raised $9 million to put ads on television in Massachusetts to oppose this measure. So we will see if people in Massachusetts, the bluest of the blue states, can resist the propaganda that's going to be coming at them from this coalition of multimillionaires and billionaires to oppose something that is obviously in their interest, which is to increase the state income tax for those making over $1 million a year. When I look at the people lining up for the Queen's, to walk past the Queen's coffin, and I look at people who vote against their own interests when they have a opportunity to directly vote on something that unambiguously is going to benefit them in terms of transportation and or education in the state, and make the state more attractive for businesses to come to because they have highly educated people and they have ways of getting around the state. The roads that are, not filled with potholes and bridges that aren't falling into rivers. Can they resist this propaganda that's going to be coming at them and make this change to the Massachusetts Constitution? I certainly hope so.
Well, we'll find out.
Hell, if I got hit with that tax, I'd be celebrating. I'd be
exactly
a case of Crystal. Oh, and I'd love to have that kind of problem.
Yes. Oh, by the way, the biggest contributor to this campaign against it, Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots,
who was arrested in a massage parlor.
Yeah.
Really? Is he have anything to do with the Kraft Corporation?
That I don't
Kraft
know.
cheese? Oh, okay.
I don't think so, but
okay. Thank you, Professor Marianne. Follow her on Twitter at RazorGirl. And thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. We'll see you Thursday for the Professors and Marianne.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Great job. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We are going to go to Jackie the Joke Man, and then we'll be back and I'll take your calls. Stay with me. All right, it's time for Jackie the Joke Man Martling. He's back from New York, from beautiful Bayville on the glorious Gold Coast of Long Island's North Shore. Let's welcome our old friend Jackie the Joke Man Martling. Check him out on TikTok. A great joke every day. Go to TikTok.com at Jackie Martling. Check him out. Go to TikTok.com at Jackie Martling. And you'll also love Jackie's autobiography, The Joke Man, Bow to Stern, great capitalization, and a minimum of spelling mistakes. Perfect gifts. You want personalized videos? Go to cameo.com /Jackie Martling. For all show information, go to jokeland.com. Jackie, it's so great to see you again.
Well, I would love to say that back, but I just don't feel it. Mommy, what's an amputation? Shut up and hand me that chainsaw.
And he's back.
A little old lady shows up at a prison on visiting day, and she says to the guard, I'm here for a conjugal visit. He says, with who? She says, whoever is available, I'm a volunteer.
That's sweet. That's sweet.
A cave woman screams to the caveman, saber-toothed tiger just ran into mother's cave. He says, so I should care what happens to saber-toothed tiger?
Even back then. Even back then.
Two guys are sitting at a bar, and the first guy says, here's a great one. Two Jews are walking down the street. The other guy says, wait, stop. Enough with the Jew jokes. I'm Jewish, and it's got a little tired. Pick another religion. First guy says, all right. Two Buddhists are walking down the street, and the first Buddhist says, I hear you caught your wife sucking off the rabbi in the courtroom at your son's bar mitzvah.
I love it.
A guy goes up to the band leader in a bar and he says, you guys take requests? The band leader says, sure. What would you like us to play? The guy says, chess, soccer, poker, anything but those fucking instruments. A guy says to the bartender, last night my wife said the weather outside was fit for neither man nor beast. So we stayed home. Mrs. Johnson, can Johnny come out and play? I'm sorry, boys. Johnny has leprosy. Well, can we come in and watch him rot? Hey, you know why there's a knob at the end of my cock?
Why is that, Jackie? I've always wanted to know.
That's to keep your brother's hand from sliding off.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
A guy says to the bartender, you know, yesterday I picked up some roadkill, went on the internet, found a roadkill recipe. I followed it pretty closely, and man, it was delicious. Now I just have to figure out what to do with the bike.
It's a thinker. It's a thinker.
You know, a guy falls off a cliff. On his way down to certain death. A huge Buddha appears and catches the guy in his big green hand. The guy goes, thank God. So the Buddha squishes the guy. Little competition thing.
Yeah,
there,
of course. Yeah.
So a guy says to the bartender, you know, I'll never forget my grandfather's last words. Are you still holding the ladder? These are good.
They're fantastic.
A guy wants to marry a very innocent girl, so he moves to Des Moines, dates a girl in the church choir. They get married, and they go to New York City on their honeymoon. First night, they're sitting in the hotel lobby, and his bride says, those women at the bar over there are all dressed up, but they're all alone. He says, well, they're hookers. Hookers? What's that mean? They get paid hundreds of dollars for having sex with men. She says, "You're shitting me. The fucking priest only gave us apples." All right, so two single girls are at the bar in the Catskills talking about their guys. The first one says, "The guy I'm seeing has a Ferrari, a beach house in East Hampton, and he showers me with gifts." The second one says, "Really? Well, the guy I'm seeing has a schmeckle what sticks out so far, 12 canaries can perch on it." Yeah, a few more drinks. After a while, the first girl says, "You know, I gotta tell you, I exaggerated just a bit. It ain't a Ferrari, it's a Dodge Dart. His beach house is a small place in Levittown with an inflatable pool, and the only thing he's ever given me is a few beers to loosen me up so he can stoop me." The second one says, "I exaggerated myself. The 12th canary can only stand on one foot." So a woman has gained a lot of weight. A woman's gained a lot of weight, so she goes to the doctor. He says, "Don't eat anything fatty." She mean no bacon or burgers or sausages? He says, "No, fatty, just don't eat anything." What would you call a pill that not only gives you a hard-on, but makes you want to fuck everybody?
What?
Viagra. Well, that joke's back from when there was only 2 ways. Now there's like 19,000.
I want to know. I want to know.
Fuck all that shit.
I want
Fuck
to
all
know.
that.
I want to know.
A guy says to the bartender, "Jesus Christ, kids today are so different. Things have changed so much." Bartender says, "Tell me about it, especially sex-wise. My God, these kids are wild nowadays. At my high school prom, I was the only guy who even got a hand job, and I was lying." So the bartender says to a woman at the bar, "You know, every time I see you and your husband, it seems like you guys don't get along." She says, "We don't." "Well, then, why'd you get married?" "Well, it was a case of opposites attract. I was pregnant and he wasn't." So you tell a woman she's beautiful. Tell a woman she's beautiful 1,000 times and she'll still act like she never heard it before. But you call a woman fat once and she'll always remember it. Well, because elephants never forget.
Oh, we can't. You see, no, these are nice people, Jackie. We can't.
Yeah, but some are big fat fucking pigs.
All right, Jackie, be nice. Be nice.
I didn't mean you.
I know.
And I didn't mean just women. I'm talking about every couple from the Midwest. Don't pretend you've never been to Disney World. God damn it. You sit down at a table for 6 and there's 2 people there. God, these people, they don't have a mirror.
All right, be nice.
So after the week, get off that fat shit. After the weekly poker game, one of the guys says, "You know, damn it, Harry wins every week. Every fucking week, Harry wins. How could he be that good at poker, but he can't pick a horse to save his life?" Another guy says, "That's because they won't let him shuffle the horses."
Great.
The gynecologist says to the patient, "I don't like the way it looks down there." She says, "Neither does my husband, but he says it feels great." So Shirley and a friend visit her husband's grave, and when they leave, Shirley backs up. And her friend says, "Why did you back away from his grave?" "Well, Harry always told me I had an ass that could bring a dead man back to life, and I ain't taking any chances."
I like that.
So a doctor says to an old Jewish guy, "How do you feel?" The old guy says, "I can't complain." The doctor says, How long has this been going on? An old big band singer is asked to record some of her old hits for a nostalgia album, and when she shows up at the studio, the only one there is the producer. She says, "Where's the band?" He says, "Come on, honey, no more band. Everything's in the computer. No conductor, no horns, no drummer." He says, "It's all in the computer." She says, "Well, then who do I fuck?" All right, I'm going to do one last one because this is going on
These
too
were
long.
all great. Every single one
Thank
of
you.
them, all great.
I appreciate
The
it.
fat jokes we can
guys,
do with that, but you know.
I hope you're sitting down. I can't believe all the disgusting things I say, and we can't do a fat joke. You're a fucking idiot.
Oh, that's true.
But I like you.
Yeah, it is true.
The bartender says, "I'm sorry, I don't serve time travelers." A time traveler walks into a bar. How great is that?
Wow. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Jackie, the joke man Martling.
No, I'm not done. A guy says, "I was eating grandma's pussy and I tasted horse semen." Don't interrupt me. This is a good one. A guy says, "I was eating grandma's pussy and I tasted
I'm sorry, we have a
horse semen."
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. What is the setup?
A guy says, "I was eating grandma's pussy and I tasted horse semen."
Still not coming in. Can you what was it again?
There were two. They were both. They were all big. All the big.
All right. Give me that again.
A guy says, "I was eating grandma's pussy and I tasted horse semen." His mother says, "Me too. I wonder if that's what killed her." The guy pulls his dick out of his mother's ass. He says, "Well, you certainly weren't about to do that kind of damage with that thing."
All right. Oh my God. You had to do it. You had to go there. You had to wait. You couldn't help yourself. Jackie the joke man.
Dirty Johnny sitting on the stairs outside the church, squashing ants on the cement with his thumb and saying, "Goddamn ants. Goddamn ants." The priest walks up as he's about to go into the church and sees him and says, "Young man, stop that. Those ants are put on this earth with a purpose, like all of God's creations. I'm going to go into the church and do my sermon, and when I come out, I want you to tell me 3 things on this earth that don't have a purpose." The priest goes in, does his sermon, he comes back out and says, "Well, son, can you tell me 3 things on this earth that have no purpose?" Johnny says, "Yeah, your cock, a nun's cunt, and these fucking ants."
All right. You'll love. Go to A Great Joke Daily on TikTok. Go to tiktok.com/@Jackie Martling. You suckered me in. You until the end. Everything was sweet and nice and family friendly. And then you waited to the last 2. Go to tiktok.com/@Jackie Martling. You'll love Jackie's autobiography. The joke man bowed to Stern. Great capitalization and a minimum of spelling mistakes. Perfect gifts, personalized videos. Go to cameo.com/Jackie Martling. For more show information, go to jokeland.com. Thank you, Jackie.
So a woman says to a friend, "My husband's lost all interest in sex." Her friend says, "Well, do you follow any kind of routine?" She says, "Yeah, I always wear his favorite nightie with a high front and a low back." Her friend says, "Well, tonight, wear your nightgown backwards so it'll have a low front and a high back. Maybe that'll catch his eye and get him excited." So that night, the woman puts on her nightie backwards, walks in front of her husband and says, "Notice anything different?" He says, "Yeah, tonight the skid marks are on the front of that fucking nightie."
Good night, Jackie.
I'll see you next.
All right. Rodrigo in Mexico. How are you, sir? Rodrigo. Right. Rodrigo.
Hi, David.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm printing something.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to read you something written almost 3,000 years ago, and it's important here not because it's part of the Word of God, but because it's a historical record that reflects what we're supposed to have gotten over, a thing that is supposed to be better now. Hear this, you who trample the needy and do away with the poor of the land, saying, when will the new moon be over that we may sell grain, and the Sabbath be ended that we may market wheat? Skimping of the measure, boosting the price, and cheating with dishonest scales, buying the poor with silver and the needy for a pair of sandals, selling even the sweepings with wheat. The Lord has sworn by himself, the pride of Jacob, I will never forget anything they have done. I'll give you just one item from OpenSecrets.org. Top energy companies spent collectively $16.5 million lobbying Congress during the first 6 months of 2022 on a range of bills, including
On what? On what?
A range of bills.
Range of-
Several bills. Range of bills, sorry. Including a push for hydrogen production. Today, about 95% of hydrogen fuel is, quote, gray hydrogen, end quote, made from natural gas via a steam methane reformation process that produces more carbon dioxide than burning an equivalent amount of gasoline. It may be a bit more hidden than using dishonest scales, but we still have the poor subsidizing the rich, just as Israel had during the time of Prophet Amos. I also wanted to talk about sex workers under COVID-19. Does it make sense or not that if the government keeps tabs on the health of sex workers, it will be better able to respond to new health crises? Wouldn't spending a negligible amount of money keeping tax on the health of sex workers save society billions in the long run? But we don't even know how many sex workers have died during the pandemic, the one group of workers that isn't even allowed to wear masks on the street. This is because of the basic contradictions of the capitalist system. We live in a world where spending a little money to save a lot of money goes against the things that the people who vote for conservatives want. And those people are against spending a little money to save a lot of money because they have been brainwashed for centuries, if not thousands of years, into believing that conservatives stand for what is morally right. And if grandma dies of easily preventable diseases, then that's the price you pay for being on the right, with a capital R, side of history. Last night I was downtown trying to buy medicine. I was told it was very cheap, so I was only worried about finding the right pharmacy still open. And it was, but I couldn't afford it. I almost had enough money, but not quite enough. Then I went to a different chain, and they only had half the formula, and not the important part. And of course, they had the original brand, which was over twice the price of the generic, which was a surprise because usually the difference is several times larger. But long story short, for a second there, I did think, why isn't this other chain making money by selling the generic? And then I remembered, oh no, they know there's demand for the generic, but someone somewhere made the decision to just not make that generic, to force people to buy the full branded product. I want you to think about this story, how often we could save money except someone decided to lose a little money on not being able to sell us off-brand products because they expect they can force us to buy fully branded products where the profit covers not only all the money spent in ads, but in some cases Big Pharma will raise the price of a single pill to $1,000 just because they know desperate people will either come up with the money or just die. There's more and more leftists these days trying to overcorrect from the so-called woke politics into class reductionism because they don't realize abandoning the most politically marginalized communities for fear of being labeled as woke is also falling for propaganda. These leftists don't realize that regular people become socialism curious because they see racism or anti-LGBTQ attacks and want to do something about it, not only because they want to stand up for their own economic rights. We can let the right turn the concept of being woke into gibberish, or we can help people realize they only stand for dividing people. Angelica Dueñas, who was on this show, is running for Congress again for California 29. She needs money. I love making fun of people for believing in the New York Times, but I'm out of time, so I'll say this. Linda Sarsour and two of her Women's March co-founders spent a year refusing to distance themselves from Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam, a well-known anti-Semite. And finally, and I promise this is unrelated to the previous warning, our friends at This Is Revolution are fundraising at GoFundMe to buy Jason Miles a new computer because his Obama-era one keeps crashing and causing trouble during live episodes. Feel free to drop in to help if you're tired of giving David Feldman money or you think you've given him too much. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Rodrigo. That is the show. I want to thank my guests. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you to, who did we have on today's show? Ethan Hirschenfeld, Lane Hewitt. How funny was Lane Hewitt? Unbelievable. Unbelievably funny. Lane Hewitt playing Sir Griebling. Guy's a genius. Absolute genius. Lane Hewitt, Ethan Hirschenfeld, Howie Klein, David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud, Professor Adnan Hussein, Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Jonathan Bick, and then Jackie the Joke Man, Rodrigo. Thank you to Dan. It was a good show. Thank you so much. And thank you to the people who put this show together, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Grace Jackson, Professor Jonathan Bick, Joe in Norway, the Invisible Ninja, and of course, Dan Frankenberger. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third, lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way, I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
David?